and made it into an NFT? Would I have to like take it up with OpenSea or some other platform? It's like, do they have like a report stolen art? Like, I'm on OpenSea right now. Do they have a complaints section? Because I'm not seeing one. Well, I don't. Here's the thing. Like, you don't really want people making money off of your stuff, right? Just like Help center. Yeah, it's not like immediately obvious. There is some cool there you know, just glancing, just looking at OpenSea, because like I'm on the website now. OpenSea kind of reminds me of like browsing ArtStation. You know what I mean? Like, there's some really like legit cool stuff on ArtStation. And that's what looking at OpenSea reminds me of. Except it's all just fucking NFTs that you can buy for Ethereum, right? No, I'm not going to show you. You can go to OpenSea.io yourself if you like. Here's a link. Because I don't want to show any NFTs on my stream. For one specific reason. Some fucker with a power trip decides to take all my stuff down. There's some really cool stuff on here. Gotta go do work things. Take care of yourself, man. But logos being made into NFTs. Somebody made a bunch of NFTs out of screenshots of people's faces, including like the angry video game nerd. Yeah, no, there's quite a bit of that stuff. Year 370. Longdeath begins here at this place. Why? Cutest. What exactly makes you want to puke about that? So we are still at like a population high. We're at 38 permanent citizens. 11 of those are children. I'm really hoping that those children grow up to replace those merchants that we have. The current living dwarves are Pilot, Axon Disco, Quevenir, Volleylol, Nanochip, Tygo, Diamond Destruct, Blue Space Weeb, Ducky, Oswix, Letharticus, Dawn Caribou, Zindros, Stone, Massive, Lumpy, Knowles, Dragon, Rory, Arch, Paranoid Metroid, Lafonda, Zatsuki, Laggy, Team Xeno, Kobe, Do It, Telebi, and of course Bellinair, Jimmy Tibby, Aqua, Reinhardt, Willem Katsu, Craven, Anonymo, Anthony, Banana, Balinor, Moffrai, Navy, the Squoid, and of course Bastet and Whitcode. Quite the list. And of course, like I said, there's Lumpy. Oh, because someone said NFTs? Well, I mean, unfortunately, it's going to be a something you can't really run away from. You're 88 years old? Yep, nice young dwarf. And Bastet's getting the shit kicked out of her again. She keeps committing all these crimes. There ain't much I can do about it. But fortunately, she isn't really strong enough to kill anybody. Gotta go somewhere to get more at-home COVID tests and do an organized one, but you'll be back in a bit. Wait, hold on a second. Like, do you have to get, like, COVID tests for a group of people? Why don't they get their own COVID tests? But also, best of luck. Stay safe. Don't get sick. Not for a while. Bastet. Also, you didn't kill one that I really particularly cared that you killed. Also, you're just, like, on the ground vomiting right now while somebody is socializing on top of you, apparently. This dwarf, like, was standing right on top of you. You're still vomiting. Oh, that's pleasant. Also, apparently you just got a beating for your crime just now. No prison sentence, just a beating. But yeah, currently we're making Kimberlite blocks and various other things. So we're gonna go mine out some more Kimberlite. It's kind of the plan for today. Yeah, just being social, on top of you. That's absolutely what that dwarf was doing. I mean, sometimes you just gotta be social, you know what I mean? All right, let's just do this, that, and the other. She's also getting stitches now, so it's fine. But yeah, no, there's lots of problems with that sort of stuff. You know, it's the unfortunate part right now is like, as much as I completely agree with you, Cutest, I really want to puke. I'm kind of just at the point now when it comes to NFTs and that kind of crap where I'm just bracing for the worst. I'm just expecting it to be something that unfortunately the masses didn't get particularly well educated on. And we just live in a world now where it's just going to happen. There is nothing we can do about it. And it's going to be so commonplace in 5 years that, like, unless, like, some serious laws get put down in the next, like, 6 months, it's going to be as commonplace as email. Let's hope it won't affect the global economy. I mean, you can't destroy what is already fucked. So, I mean, like, in many ways, the global economy is like, it can't really get much worse. Just wanted to say that VTubers have some S-tier emotes. There's one you want, but you can't afford $15 a month to watch Twitch. Why would you be paying $15 a month for one set of emotes? Subscribing to somebody is $5. Unless you're saying you can't afford to subscribe to 3 people. In which case, then I don't know. Also, I just want to say that VTubers are still my least favorite trend on Twitch. It's like, drives me bonkers. I don't know. Can I just say that IR Stoopy is just very funny to me? I mean, the art that's associated with them is cool, but they're just character streamers. Honestly, my biggest peeve with them is that they think that there's something different. Like, they've managed to achieve this level of branding that just drives me fucking nuts. Because there is nothing new or unique about being a face rig streamer. There's also nothing new or unique about being a character streamer, but everybody has, like, just decided that they are this brand new unique idea, which isn't new nor unique in the grand Twitch sphere. Today you learned what a VTuber is? A VTuber is somebody who uses an animated cartoon avatar on Twitch. We've had face rig streamers and character streamers alike for a very long time. They've always been character streamers, and they always will be character streamers. They're not suddenly this new unique thing. It's like, as long as Twitch has existed, somebody who's, like, crazy enough to, like, use a puppet as their streamer has been a thing, right? It's no different. They're just character streamers, and they're going to suffer from the exact same problems that character streamers inevitably suffer from. What I'm saying is it's not as sustainable as just streaming. I've been doing this long enough to realize that, but some people don't. We're all working on aesthetic Kimberlite blocks so I can keep making patterns on the floor. Although in reality, that's probably just like my dumb hill to die on. My general suspectness of VTubing in general. It's probably just my dumb hill to die on, because that's certainly not the popular opinion. But it's going to keep mining all of this Kimberlite out. So then they're just streamers that use an avatar. My biggest issue with it is the pretentious labeling of it. That is my biggest issue with it. You're just streaming with an animated icon. You're still just a streamer. That is my issue with it, is how pretentious it is, because you're literally something that we've had on this platform as long as the platforms existed. It's just 10 years, or like 8 or 9 years ago, it was people like In-Game Asylum and like Warwitch, who's gone now for the exact reason that I don't trust these people, and people like fucking Future Man, right? Like that's what character streamers were as long as Twitch has been around, and they've never been sustainable. Like, that style of audience growth, one of two things happens. The person streaming becomes tired as fuck of the character, and they become stale and bland, and they fall out of popularity. Or the person who's playing the character gives up on the character entirely and just becomes an extension of themselves, because having a interesting character that the streamer can play on the stream is not a viable business model in the long term. Eventually, you will run out of ideas. And just being yourself is more interesting, because us as people are more interesting. For some people, it's a privacy thing, and I get that. But you're still just a streamer. You're no different from any of us. So you don't get special branding just because you happen to have an animated icon. It's just like an NFT profile picture is still just a fucking profile picture. You shouldn't get special privileges in places for having a particularly expensive one. It's still just a picture. Like, I put my branding on the screen, like on this screen. Like, there's a little animated skull in the corner. You just have just because you have a more expensive version of that follows your lips doesn't make it any more or less than just branding. I don't know. It's a dumb hill to die on, and I know, but it does genuinely bother me. But if it's a privacy thing, then fucking more power to you. If you don't want to show your face on stream, that's fine. Like, you know, this platform's had many years of people feeling that way, and there's nothing wrong with that if you want to hide your identity, but you don't need an animated avatar to do that. My honest to God issue with it, though, is like, number one, when people pretend. I have two major issues with it. The first one is when people pretend to be a character. I don't want to watch your stream, and that's flat, unless like it's a show you do, say, on Mondays, and then you're a normal person the rest of the time. I don't trust you, because I have enough trust issues on this site already, let alone when people start pretending that they are like a written character. It's like, if it's somebody like Gra over at Gra Streams, it's like, okay, so the character that person plays is a character from Caves of Cud, the company that the voice actor works for, but they're a normal person the rest of the time, right? Like, they run a character show as part of their job working on Caves of Cud, right? Like, so that makes sense to me, and like, I don't have any trust issues there, but most people don't do that. Most people are just like, they're 100% in character all the time. Then I don't know what kind of person you are. I don't know who you are, and I stop trusting you, and I get worried about, you know, people who used to be character streamers and got canceled for one reason or another. And suddenly, like, I just have trust issues when trying to talk to you. So suddenly I can't work with you in any way, so what's the point of me knowing you? Because I don't trust you. And then the second issue that I have is the almost every single like VTuber avatar I've ever seen, just ever, gives me the most Uncanny Valley vibes you possibly could, which just makes me not want to watch in the first place because I get freaked out by Uncanny Valley stuff. So, like I said, I'm probably just petty as fuck, but that's why VTubers annoy me. Then you're free to call me petty if you think that's the case. How dare Twitter store your NFTs on their servers and after I make a profile picture? I mean, don't you have to pay them for the privilege to do that, though? And you can't pay them for the privilege to do that in most countries, Animal? Or am I missing something? Also, thanks for the 4th quarter of the stream. You're stupid. Unlike Darkest Dungeon, you have given me your quarter. That's a line in Darkest Dungeon, right? Give them no quarter. I'm pretty sure that's a thing. That sounds right. That sounds like a Darkest Dungeon line. Since I'm just talking about all of my dislikes, chat, what's something about current generation Twitch that you don't like? Let's vent for a second. What was better in the old days? Because, you know, largely Twitch was a significantly worse place in the old days, and I acknowledge that. Just culturally and almost in every other way possible. Twitch was kind of an awful place back in the day. Moderation was worse. The way the site performed was worse. The way the site ran was worse. Like, everything about Twitch was worse back in the day. So what's something that you guys think is worse about Twitch nowadays? And then also, alternatively, what's something that's better? I think it's fucking great that it's so easy for people to stream on Twitch now compared to where it was a while ago. Like, the free software has just gotten so much better. Like, back when I first started, like, OBS Studio was a bare bones, like, or rather, OBS, because OBS Studio didn't exist back then. OBS was just this bare bones shell of a piece of software that was virtually useless in a lot of ways. Looking for more Kimberlite. Bunch of Kimberlite there over on this side. Anyway, on the flip side, new Ozark episodes came out, and so I spent a good amount of yesterday watching Ozark. Got all the way caught up with the new episodes, and now I'm waiting for part 2 of this season. Pretty good. You don't really have anything you liked back then? When did you start watching Twitch, I are stupid? Actually, just out of curiosity, when did you start watching Twitch, chat? Because the number of people that I've spoken to, especially recently, who are like, they didn't start watching Twitch until the pandemic, which kind of is surprising to me, but is rather high. Like, a lot of people kind of didn't start watching Twitch until the pandemic. Which I guess also makes sense because, you know, Twitch kind of did grow 3 sizes that day. Just like Pinocchio's nose. Or the Grinch's heart. Well, I found another probably going to be DOA streaming service. And a website that I'm pretty sure was built on Squarespace. Is it missing all the vowels? No, it's live.space. Why is Strimmer is STRMR? Is that a streaming service? I have this like bad obsession with like keeping track of Twitch competitors that are destined to fail. Like I'm still just shocked that DLive is still in existence. Oh, what, like an NFT-based streaming solution? If anything, that would be DLive, because DLive is the cryptocurrency-based streaming solution. Looks like Bastet just beat up Kobe. Maybe. Stopped for a few years until the pandemic hit. It was called JTV back then. Yeah, I didn't like Twitch when it was called JTV. When it was Justin TV, I didn't like Twitch. I preferred Ustream, and I preferred Owned 3D. But I had a perfectly logical reason for preferring those two platforms. Is Owned 3D offered streams at 144p, which Twitch didn't back then, so I could actually watch them. And Justin TV didn't, but I could load Justin TV at 360p. I couldn't load Twitch for some reason. Twitch required too much bandwidth, or rather, I could, but it would take a while to load the page, and then it would just like stutter and lag when I did load it. So I didn't use Twitch much when it was called JTV for that reason. I think it's a legitimate reason to not really use much of a platform. It was just there was better other platforms out at the time for me. And then, you know, Ustream got sold and Owned 3D went under dramatically so. So back when Justin TV was the thing, you didn't have internet. See, I didn't have internet until 2006, and I always thought that was crazy, but I've met so many people now that, like, didn't get internet until so much later. Which is always kind of, not blown my mind, but a bit impressive to me, I'll put it that way. Also, chat, has anybody listened to the second episode of the Halcyon podcast? I'm curious if anybody has any feedback for it at all. Because I think I did a better job editing this one than I did on the first one. I'm used to editing like 2, maybe 3 audio tracks, so 4 and 5 is getting a bit much to balance. Also, I've noticed that I just have better headphones, so balancing to me sounds different than other people's. So what I did for this one was I edited it and then listened to it on crappy earbuds before I exported it. Okay, looks like Bastet's been beaten. She's not getting a more of a sentence than a beating. She only slapped around our trader a little bit. Which I'm hoping is where she stays. Really want her to do more damage than she already has. So, Lump, since you haven't been around in a while, what have you been up to this year? And also, I can't, for some reason, I'm blanking on if I pointed out that place, but this is the platform that I found. Please review the quality of that website. It's like, I can very much detect default websites from a mile away at this point. It's like, yes, that is the cheapest possible holdover solution for a website that you can have. As somebody who has one of those, I can confirm that. One thing I can really talk about right now is that Ozark is a pretty good show. Like, I've been waiting for new Ozark episodes for probably about 2 years now, it feels like. It's been a long time since they put out new episodes of that show. It was like right before the pandemic started. Live.space, your page? No. No, Halcyon Frequency is my page. That website. But live.space just looks like a Squarespace site to me. It also barely loads. By that I mean it's erroring out on my end now. No, LiveSpace is a alleged Twitch competitor. Which, good luck. It could be a rad blogging platform. Yeah, that's true. B-Log, what's up? It's good to see you. Good day. How was you? Thanks for the penny. Oh, you're stupid. We're just mining out Kimberlite and doing Dwarfy things. Waiting on one more pick from the looks of things. Thanks for the 10 cents, stupid. But yeah, no, Halcyon Frequency is the website that I built over the break. I built it, and we're for a few things, but currently it's just hosting a podcast. It's and also has some information, but we've kind of got like a what's it called? A few we have like a features wish list that we're kind of working our way through in the background, so. A lady with dollar signs on her face. It's the content community though. We're all here to figure out how to make money in as many places as quickly as possible with as little effort, right? That's what being a content creator is. You know, as a content creator, it's fun kind of getting that image shoved on like the work culture of other creators at all times. It's like every time I like look at Twitter or anything, it's just like, hey kids, do you want to make dollars? It's like, I mean, yes, but I don't want to look like that while I'm doing it. Because it's all about the money, right? As quickly as possible. Quick, chat. Throw all of the money at my face right now. No, please don't, actually. You guys have done enough for today already. Like, jokes aside. You guys could do nothing for the rest of the day and I'd be a-okay. Couple more resubs and we good. Get rich quick at schemes. Turns out streaming is hard. Yeah. Yeah. No, there's a couple of air quotes Twitch competitors right now that are like, in theory, if you were the only person streaming on their platform, they'd probably be great. But I guarantee you that if they ever actually gained any sort of legitimate popularity, their servers would fall over and the sites would become unusable. If Mixer suffers from that problem, any small, like, independent shop, even if they have, like, decent amounts of investing going on behind them, wouldn't be able to handle the influx if they got any sort of real popularity behind them. Like, every single platform that's ever tried to compete with Twitch, the second they get any form of actual, like, something's going viral or blowing up on this platform, the platform just falls over. and then they cease to be a viable competitor, and the platform goes away every single time, without fail, including Mixer, because Mixer had those problems, and Mixer was funded by Microsoft. So if they can't survive, then unless your name is Facebook, there really isn't anybody else who could, except for YouTube, of course. No, Mixer's been gone for a bit. If you go to Mixer, also that's not how they spelled it. It really was with an E. But Mixer got shut down by Microsoft like a little over a year ago, and they offered all Mixer partners a extra sweet Facebook deal to just move to Facebook, and most of them came to Twitch or quit. In fact, like most of the old Mixer streamers that I knew came to Twitch and then either quit or are still on Twitch. Too many vowels? Where is this joke of no vowels coming from? I don't actually know anything that removes vowels. That's a streaming service. It's like every single streaming service I know of, like, actually is, like, legit words, with the exception of maybe, like, Trovolo Live. But even that's, like, trying to be a name. Is that, like, a trend right now that people are just branding things by removing vowels? Was that a thing 5 to 10 years ago, though? I don't recall that ever being a thing. Except for maybe, like, a few... I mean, I'm an out-of-date joke, so, like, I get that, but, like... if I don't remember the reference and it's an out-of-date joke, like, I don't know what you're referencing. That's the thing. It's like, except for, like, maybe Call of Duty clans, like, I don't recall anything ever doing that. Like, I don't recall anything, like, in the public branding sphere, branding anything as just a normal word with the vowels removed. I'm just looking for an example. I don't recall anything ever actually doing that. But, like, you've made that joke, like, 4 times now, and I'm trying to understand, like, the actual, like, origins of it. I'm also just trying to keep conversation going to keep the stream relevant, so, you know. That. I wonder. We do those? Chat investments are open. Heads up. If you want to invest your tickets, of course. But currently in the fortress, we're still working on the whole redecorating project, as well as slowly working on removing all of the boulders from the basement. There's just so much shit that we got to get out of here, is the problem. So much shit. Yeah, I mean, like, I recall the Twitter joke, or rather typo, I suppose, and then the selling of the first tweet. But Twitter wasn't ever officially branded as that, so. Well, I mean, because Jack sold that tweet as an NFT. But I don't know. Everything leads back to NFTs. Yep. Which is why I said get used to it. Wonder if Krug Smash has had to deal with anybody NFTing his art. Because that's not the sort of thing he would ever do. But I wonder if anybody's done that. But yeah, this January so far has been very much on and off, dealing with extremely slow streams because it's January. It's that time of year. Greetings, goats. How was you? The spirit of the socks is indeed with us. As long as the mayor of goats rests in the tombs of Longdeath, shall his spirit guide us. Working and lurking? You're doing the least lurking of everybody in this stream, though, Lump. Bot rewards activity, apparently. But I don't know. I think like it's been an okay January. Like I really realistically have no complaints. It's just my current just dream / goal out of the Steam version of DF is I just hope that we get to a point where the stream is active enough that I just never have dead chat. If we can ever get to that point where I don't ever need to be like, hey guys, can I get a round of beers for no particular reason so that the chat keeps moving? The day that I reach that, be a good day. Oh, it's all good, cutest. That's the actual thing. Is it's just like me talking about dead chat is more of just a brain empty, headspace blank. What speak about? No one said anything for a while. General struggles. It's just like default conversation.exe for me at this point, which is maybe not great, but it is what it is. Uh-oh. It's called Kimberlite. With a K. Real life Kimberlite looks kind of like this. Kind of a lightly bluish stone. It's also the one of the materials that carries diamonds. So if you dig into Kimberlite, you'll often find diamonds. I haven't found any that I'm aware of. So, like, we found these, which are rough jasper opals. No diamonds, though. Geological studies of Dwarf Fortress? I mean, it kind of is that. Is that. So I'm mining these out for 2 reasons. Reason number 1, hoping we find diamonds. Reason number 2, it's pretty in blue and I can put blue all over my fort. Been using them for pathways. So how's Goats the mayor of Socks been? Aside from, of course, worshipping the socks. I hope that the sock throne has been cozy this winter. Making sure Bastet hasn't committed any more crimes in the past hour. Didn't run out of firewood. I miss living in a home with a wood burning fireplace. I grew up in one of those, and it was lovely. Also, it is 370 late winter, 14th of obsidian. I don't miss dropping a piece of oak on your foot, which doesn't hurt anymore, thank God. Well, I mean, that's fair. Yeah, more jasper opal clusters. No diamonds. When you absolutely need lots of heat. No, nothing beats the sound of a wood stove or a fireplace. For me, it's all auditory. Nothing beats the sound of it. You just need to be smart with your wood. Yeah, just like real life. Just be smart with your wood, and everything will be fine. Anywhere near a burning fireplace or campfire, you would be choking or gagging. Depends on what direction the fire's going. But yeah, asthma does suck. Well, it'll mine out the one other extra there. Kind of fucked up the dig outside of that. Yep, we have been for years. Or rather, since 2015. Don't even bother running. Well, I mean, you could run. Like, just walk away, and it'll be gone. It generally goes up. Its following ability is, fortunately, was nerfed in the last patch of the Matrix, so... You don't have to worry about smoke following you for all eternity like in the TV show Lost. It's not quite how Lost worked, but... Oh, you don't. If people quote things in chat, I save them. I don't trust you guys with that level of power. On. My mods don't even have that ability. I think Hobo might, but... But no, if you type something in quotes, then... If it's something that I'm okay with looking at for the rest of my life, then I'll quote it. Because, like, I've been in other channels where chat had the power to quote whatever the heck they wanted. It never ends well, and it usually ends with just a whole bunch of quotes being made that the streamer doesn't want to stare at all the time. So, it's not that I don't trust you, it's just I absolutely don't trust you. And every little thing that I say will get taken out of context, which is no fun. You already forgot it? I mean, fair enough. It was raining on me. I feel so grouchy. Well. I like this. The vampire, who's just like locked in our walls and isn't actually taking part in the fortress, somehow heard word that Bastet was accused of crimes and just says... the criminal was convicted and I received justice. I can accept this. All right, fair enough. You can have that quote. That's a quote I can tolerate. There you go. I'll even do you the extra favor of telling you what number it is. That was quote 200 or 354. 354. But recently brain tired. I'll be honest, even playing DF recently has been a challenge because brain tired. That actually wasn't originally quote 69. It was actually originally quote 72. But I deleted some of the earlier quotes, thus moving that one back to quote 69. Can't wait for quote 420. It's going to be nothing related to 420. And Anonymous, thanks for the 14 cents with ghost bits. We're just getting ghosted by our own bits now. Was more Jasper opals? I'm assuming they are. Yep. 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 And of course. Cutest is going to be doing this all day. They've just discovered this wealth of content that they didn't know that they had. It's true. I still want to be able to zone a cat. I can tell you exactly what I was talking about at the time, too. I was playing a game called Parkitect. And the developer asked me what I wanted, and I said that, well, a lot of theme parks have cats that help catch vermin. I want to be able to place a cat zone down, so I want to be able to zone a cat. Because I was assigning employees. I don't think they ever added cats as hireable employees, and I just want to say that I'm still upset about this. That game's literally unplayable. Terrible game. It's great. You should play Parkitect. Parkitect is awesome. It's a fantastic little game. But yeah, that's the context for that, and that's why I was talking about zoning cats. Because I wanted a more realistic theme park simulation. I feel like oak is wasted on firewood, just so many better things you could do with it. I think a lot of resources that we use are just wasted on the uses that we use for them. Like a lot of the materials we use to build houses. Of oat? I think you mean oak. I was gonna say oat. It's like it's just like you got that one YouTube channel that just like encases things in epoxy and then just like grinds them down, except it's just like oats. This is like your whole countertop is just like oatmeal. It just looks like your whole countertop looks like oatmeal. That's just like clear, like smoothed down oatmeal as your countertop. Then as the epoxy slowly starts to chip away, like physical oats start sticking out. I like oatmeal. I mean, that would go on awful taste, but excellent execution. Awful taste, but great execution. That's new. You're literally eating oats right now. I would have eaten oats, but I didn't buy almond milk last night, so I have no milk. Can't have oatmeal today. So instead, today for breakfast, I had 2 pieces of toast with almond butter and a little bit of honey. And I boiled an egg for lunch, which will hopefully be tasty. 183, and there's plenty of Kimberlite left. That's hard to find. Go to WASD. WASD keyboards. Wait, what do you mean by low profile? Do you mean low profile is in like a keyboard that doesn't have a numpad? Or do you mean low profile is in like a Mac keyboard that's really thin? What do you mean by low profile? Because if you want something that's like short keyboard that doesn't have a numpad, or arrow keys, WASD. WASD got you. And the Squoid. Dwarven child has been taken by a fey mood. You built a plank? Like the brand plank? But thin. I don't know about customizable, like, membrane ultra-thin keyboards. The only ones I know about that are customizable would be, like... what's it called? Mechanical keyboards, and those are generally, you know, the thickness of a keyboard. Keyboards end up being expensive when they're customizable. Yeah, I've never heard of that brand before, so that might go into it. I'll look it up, though. It's not what I thought I would get when I Googled that. And I get taken to mass drop? Damn, that's a small keyboard. I mean, this is pretty tiny. Can confirm. Like, I don't even actually know how I would use that. Like, being honest, I have no idea how I would use that. It's too small. Like, yeah, I don't think I'd be able to use that keyboard. Yeah, right? I'm like looking at the key alignment. I'm just like, I don't think I'd be able to use that. Good lord. It was taken like seconds after you cheered the last bits though, so only missed it by a few seconds. I mean, it's still more doable than last week, Rory. That's more what you want. I mean, I would look at the brand Ducky and I would look at the brand WASD. Hold on, let's see what WASD has. I don't think Stone's here, but I'm just gonna follow this strange mood. WASDkeyboards.com. Yeah, like more expensive. But WASD has like these. But it's actually got like the normal keyboard layout. Still significantly smaller than like a full-size keyboard. And of course, you know, you can select all of your different mechanical switches. But they've got some pretty low-profile keyboards. But they're not that low profile. They're like lower profile, I guess, maybe. So do you have to buy your caps separate then? Because that seems a little strange. Or not strange, but like suboptimal maybe. The second it's just like, yeah, and you have to buy all of the individual parts, I suddenly do not want to take part in anything. Buy switches and caps? Then, yeah, no, I'd rather buy a completed keyboard. Base item in tomb, excuse me. Who died? I think Bastet killed somebody else. Yep. Unib. Oh no, somebody must have died of old age because it is the 1st of spring. Yeah, Unib was found dead. Meaning we just lost another one of our merchants. Rest in peace. And of course the king is doing the honors of disposing of the body. Paying our final respects. It's fitting, really. You know, the custom keyboard scene is probably one of the biggest money sinks I've ever seen. Wave depletion. Like, just as far as, like, computer stuff goes. Like, even more so than buying a high-end graphics card. It's, like, such a crazy money sink. So quickly. Because, like, how many keyboards does a person need? Realistically, in my brain, 2. 1 for home, 1 to bring with you if you travel a lot. That's it. Yet, I know people who collect keyboards who it's just like they have like 30 keyboards on their wall. Or rather, I've seen pictures of those, and I know those people exist. And every time I see that, I'm just like, oh, okay. I'm still waiting for like the custom mice community to take off. Like, somebody just needs to build a really good like multi-part mouse. And we will land in that rabbit hole real fast. It's like the cyborg rat never quite did it for people. Oh god, I hate those key shapes. That's my take on that keyboard. I can't stand the thin keycaps. I don't know if I'd be able to type on that. Not bad pricing though. It's the luxury watch of PC gaming, wealthy people trying to find a way to spend their money. I mean, wealthy people have proven time and time again that they are not very good at figuring out legitimate ways to spend their money without ripping other people off in the process to also inflate their money. But a lot of those hobbies and obsessions end up just looking like scams to me. Previously wealthy people. Switches are so small though. Yeah, it's more of like a comfort thing. I feel like unless a keyboard like that has a really thick stand, I would have a hard time typing on it because I kind of need my hands to be higher. It's like, do you remember that very brief period of time where like light-powered keyboards were a big deal? Where every tech company was like, yo, your phone's going to have a little projector in the back and you're just going to type on your table surface and it's going to work like a typewriter or like a keyboard. Do you remember when those were like, that was the thing for a very brief period of time? That's how I feel about those more flat keyboards. It's just like there's not enough feedback there, so I have a hard time typing, but because I'm just so used to a thick mechanical keyboard. Like, I'm just spoiled. For the savvy and ultra rich, lots of people are making 6 figures, manage to live paycheck to paycheck because they can't not spend every dime on something stupid. Yep. To me, the key is to be somewhere between the 6 figures and living wage, and just be frugal, and be absolutely fine. That's where you want to be. You want to be somewhere between that. I'm wealthy and not wealthy, and just make a living. That's what I try to do. Seems like Child is doing okay so far, collecting all the things that they need. Oof, slow start to the stream today. Chat's being super active, but it's just, or rather, you guys are now. But stats-wise, not a lot of people tuning in today. Busy day, I guess. Tuesday. Living within your means can be a challenge for some. I mean, you have no idea how much I want to spend like $80 on organic olive oil and almond oil and avocado oil every time I go into the grocery store, but instead I just buy like the $6 bottle and take it home and I'm happy with it. So, I mean, yeah, it can be a challenge sometimes. Sometimes I'm just way too tempted to spend too much money on fancy oils for cooking and fancy spices. Like, I have a pretty decent spice rack, but man, I would love to just spend like $200, $300 on spices. Like, there's a shop in downtown that just sells fancy spices. That's all that they do, is they sell fancy spices. And every time I go in there, I'm always like so tempted to just buy a bunch of super fancy spices. Or every time I walk past there, it's like I could just duck in there and just come out with like a pound of each spice and not need to buy spices for years and just make tons of fucking spice mixes. But then I'm like, no, I've got more than enough at home. We're good. I don't have deep enough soil for horseradish. I just have pots. I'd need to build standing beds to do that. I do have, like, a ton of rose. I have a ton of herbs. Like, I have quite a big herb garden. Like, I got a lot of rosemary and oregano and stuff like that, but, like, there's only so much I can do. Tech is the risky thing for you to look at? Tech not so much, but your ex-girlfriend who spent thousands of dollars a month on boutique clothing for her chihuahua? So, wave depletion. There was, God, I want to say it was PAX West 2018. May have been 2019, though. I think it was PAX West 2018. I was down in Seattle, and there was this guy, okay? Kind of looked like he wanted to be Hulk Hogan. You know that kind of look? Leather jacket, handlebar mustache, kind of blonde, relatively muscular, little bit of a beer gut, leather jacket, bandana tied behind the back of his head. Looked like he should be on a Harley, right? And I saw him drive past in downtown Seattle, driving in a convertible Mustang, okay, that was hot pink with eyelashes on the headlights, a giant unicorn drawn on the hood, blasting Van Halen really, really loudly. And he had this tiny little chihuahua in the, like, side seat, just, like, super poofy, covered in stuff, and he looked pissed. So I have a question to you. Was it his car? Was it his kid's car? Or his partner's car? He looked real mad. Like, glowing red in the face, about to punch a fool, pissed. Whose car do you think it was? Probably lives in your neighborhood. I mean, it was in Seattle, and I'm pretty sure you're from that area, aren't you? So, I just... seeing that, I like me and a friend, we were just like we popped into the cigar shop that's like a couple blocks away from the convention center because my friend really wanted a cigar. So we walked down to the cigar shop and we were just kind of hanging out and he was smoking a cigar and I was just chilling there with I want to say I had a cup of coffee. We were just talking about something unrelated and this guy drives by and we looked at it. We're just like, okay, whose car is that? Okay, but like whose car is that? So the Skoid is finished with the artifact, or is now making the artifact, and we just need to bring a dwarf over here to trade. I just canceled. So you think it's his car? I wonder who we wanted to go clock in the head, though. But, I like that guy and the guy that I saw out here are probably my two favorite examples of like person just living their life and fuck what everybody else thinks. Because the other person that I saw this person like way back in 2016. And I was walking home from work at about 6:30 in the morning. I was walking up the street from the bus stop up to where I live. And this guy comes flying by, pulls up to the light, and stops. And it's this bright banana yellow Mustang. Or like minion yellow, like that kind of awful yellow Mustang. Sorry, not Mustang. That was the other car. Dodge Charger with black racing stripes. And it looks like he's about 60 years old. He's got a turban. Got a gray beard that's like down to his gut. And he was blasting Smash Mouth's All-Star. So, you know, just live your life, yeah? Just live your life. Although, maybe don't listen to Smash Mouth because the vocalist of that band is a problem. Had to retire from the band this past year for saying dumb shit on stage. All drunk. Shit talked his dog? Must have. Alright. Traded with the elves. My theory is that it was like his wife's car or his partner's car, but you know, I'm not Rory, but I saw the TikTok where that was broken as part of news. And all I really have to say is I'm not surprised. Because when you think that you are some miracle artist who's a musical genius who's going to revolutionize the music industry, and then you only ever have one real hit that is popularized because of a movie that later became a joke and a meme, and then the only way that you can pay for your extravagant lifestyle is by playing that song on repeat for all eternity, will drive any sane person absolutely nuts. So if from the get-go you're already a little bit nuts and maybe a little bit of a problem, even if you don't talk about it publicly, it's a very simple like A to B story of like, you just need to be on the right amount of alcohol after the right amount of stress, and you're gonna say something fucking stupid. The first Shrek is a legitimately good movie, right? It was always a joke because it's a fucking comedy that's supposed to be a joke, right? But the first Shrek is a legitimately good movie. They went downhill quick after that first one, but that first movie is legitimately good. As much as it is a joke, it's intended to be a joke. You're not supposed to take Shrek seriously. The Skoid, the dwarven child, has created an apricot wood amulet named Gesulf Thunin, and she offers it to the eternal adventure of time. Well, thank you. Would you look at that? It's worth 38,400 zetal. This is an apricot wood amulet. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round Kimberlite cabochons and decorated with hoary marmot bone, and is encircled with bands of point-cut green glass gems. This object menaces with spikes of mudstone, unicorn leather, and jasper opal. On the item is an image of Namedread, the decisive priest, an obsidian scepter in apricot wood. On the item is an image of 3 circles in alder. On the item is an image of brilliant cut gem in silver. It's in your top 10. You've watched it on loop for a lot 15 years ago. Why? Because of a kid or because you willingly liked it? I mean, that first movie is legitimately good, right? But I'm not gonna say I feel bad for the vocalist of Smash Mouth, but like I kind of feel bad for anybody who could be considered a one-hit wonder, because you know, it's just like, I kind of don't blame any of those people who had viral videos in the, like, early days of YouTube that sold them as NFTs. I don't blame those people for just fucking wanting out, you know? And that's kind of what that is. Like, the difference between an NFT and a one-hit wonder is, at the very least with an NFT, and somebody who made a video and then made that video into an NFT, at the very least they can say, you own the rights to this now, you deal with all of the licensing, you have it, it's yours to do what you want with, I don't need to do anything else with it, go away, get it out of my life, right? But if you write a song and you are labeled as a one-hit wonder, you can't really, like, yeah, you could sell the rights to it entirely and then somebody else could perform it, but that devalues it because it's not you performing it anymore. So you lose the value of the song if you sell it and license it away completely. The actual way to make money off of that song is by continuing to perform it live. It depends on the NFT. It depends on the person selling it. You can sell the rights, like the copyright, alongside of selling it. You can also not. It's just like licensing music. Sometimes you have the license to rewrite the song and do something else with it if you purchase that. If you didn't purchase that, then you don't. You knew all of the funny parts by heart in French and English, and you would dub a language that the joke is better in while watching it? Really? Wow. That first movie it wasn't a meme at the time. And I think that people who have mostly existed during the days of the internet don't realize that, like, Shrek was a kid's classic when that movie came out. Like, parents loved that movie. Kids loved that movie. Like, everybody loved that movie. Like, during the era of that movie being new, it was impossible for me to go over to my cousin's house and not see Shrek on the TV. I would always go over to my grandma's house and turn on, like, cable TV, and Shrek would be playing on 2 different channels. Like, it was impossible to avoid that movie. It became a meme later, and around the time they ran it into the ground. Then what's the point? Exactly. Exactly. But like the what's the name of that movie? Charlie Bit My Finger? That YouTube video? That old video where the little British kid sticks his finger in his brother's mouth and his brother goes "Karr," and bites down on it and he goes, "Charlie bit me." That video? That video sold the video along with the rights to the video as an NFT. So somebody else now owns the rights to that video. So they don't need to worry about licensing. They don't need to worry about anything. But I think the point is that we agree with you, Cutest, is most NFTs have absolutely no point. I do genuinely believe that, like, that technology has a future, but it's just being abused. right now. Just like any new technology, it gets abused for the first 10 years until someone finally finds a legitimate use for it. We'll either find a legitimate use for it because we have no other option and we have to because everybody's adopted it, or we'll have to find a legitimate use for it because the tech will still exist after we've realized that this current implementation of it is pointless. So what's the current project? Beautifying the fort, which I'm doing, as you can see here, but also clearing out all of the boulders from down here and keeping the population up. Those are the two main projects currently. And trying to find diamonds, which is why part of the reason I'm mining through all of this Kimberlite is because this blue stuff, this blue rock, Kimberlite, is one of the only materials that you find diamonds in, or it is the material where you find diamonds. So we're trying to find diamonds. Ah, yeah, it's like the Mudstone era, but like underground this time. And it's taking longer because of the way I have it set up. I've actually thought about putting the putting a bunch of crafts shops down here, but taking a while. Might actually do that. Not so much an incident, though. It's more like an era. Era of Mudstone. Also, how you doing today? Aw, man, really? What's up? Did I post on Discord? Looks like I did. Lost one dwarf at the first of spring today, so we're down to 54, which is actually good because that's more space for children. 38. Oh, also, in keeping the population up. The total population of the fort currently is 38, which is the highest it's been in a very long time, so very happy about that. But that's just kind of the ongoing struggle with this fort, is keeping the population up. Also, cutest. For some reason, my bot thinks that Hype Judge is the German flag. How's the fort doing? I was just kind of halfway saying how it's doing. We're currently at the highest population that we've been at for about 100-something years. Currently mostly working on removing a lot of boulders from the bottom of that big open area that this dwarf was just in. And also doing a bunch of beautification by mining out Kimberlite and other colored stones and putting them together into interesting blue pathways. That's how the fort's going so much. So currently. So much currently? I don't even know what words I'm saying. That's how the fort's going currently. We do have some pretty depressed dwarves in the fort, which is kind of tough to deal with, and I do have some dwarves like Bastet who've been tantruming pretty consistently, but there isn't a huge amount that I can do about that, unfortunately. Also looks like Aqua the Third has just become an adult, so going to adultify this dwarf. So that's kind of tough right now. But there unfortunately isn't a huge amount I can do about that at this exact moment. Being ripped in this fort is not as common as it was previously because we're using so many wheelbarrows now. Sounds like a statement. I think it's just my bot is just pulling for the first, or I think my bot just pulls a selection of random emoji to replace emotes it doesn't understand, or things that it knows are supposed to be emotes that it doesn't understand. But how's Jack Nerick been? I apparently have hiccups, which is why I wasn't talking for a second there. Hopefully that cleared him. But yeah, nobody's been quite as ripped as the first generation of dwarves in this fort. Busy with job stuff. Hopefully good busy. And not like, busy. You know what I'm saying? It's like one of those things is fine. The other one is, But good to hear, man. I hope things have been well with the job stuff. I'm just trying to keep this fort as like sane and happy-ish as I possibly can. Seems like Ducky likes their job of beating the crap out of Bastet twice a month. It's not bad, but I really should have done this sooner, Busy. Yeah, I understand that. The knee-jerk response is to just say, oh, that's how I feel every time I go to the dentist. But that's actually not true. I'm pretty good at keeping up with dentist stuff. Oddly enough. Against all odds. That's like one of the few things I am good at. Keeping up with is dental things. Much as I hate it. Brush teeth 3 times a day. Let's go. Or wheelbarrows are forbidden to keep dwarves as ripped as hell. I get real good at minecarts with no wheelbarrows. But if wheelbarrows and minecarts are forbidden, you just have a lot of strong dwarves. Which is positives and negatives. Also, things would take a lot longer. The reason the first generation was also ripped was the way I went about doing things was I just placed the... Bastet got beaten again. I just placed all of the workshops in the middle of where everything was being used. So we would just get items from all around them. And there was like no spillover because I just always had stuff available. But I don't know if you've been paying attention to news updates at all, Jack Nerick, but most recent post was Tarn talking about Legends mode, and it looks fantastic. And I wish Bastet would commit more crimes so we could put her back in prison. It really does. God, I wish that Tarn would just give me a copy of that with just the World Generation screen. That's all I want. I just want to like stare at the World Gens. I just want to see that stuff. But yeah, basically what I'm hoping for at this point is I just want to see an adventure mode post. Like, I don't know how far along adventure mode is, but the literal second that Tarn is just like, yo, here's adventure mode screenshot, I'm going to be like, hey, Tarn, you want to come on the stream again? It's kind of where I'm at. Just hoping that we get something about adventure mode soon. Also, chat investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. And it's been a very quiet start to the stream, so it's to everybody who's gotten here quick. You want boats and the ability to build roads and tunnels on the world map? I mean, you're not getting either. Well, you're definitely not getting boats anytime soon, and I don't know about world map stuff. Big stock demands investments. I mean, you can invest in whatever fictional big stock you want to invest in. Also, hey, Peter. Hope you're doing well. And since you're in chat, Whitcode, as mutilated as your poor dwarf is, and as worried as you are after being away from friends for too long, you're still excited remembering performing. You do like performing. That's unfortunately the only thing you like, though. Hope things have been well, Peter. Things have been well. Pretty sure there's actually like a forgotten beast in this layer somewhere. We're just like digging into it. You know, no concerns. Should be fine. Let's get central piece in. They don't trip it up. But yeah, the thing, just boats, the main, well, I mean, there's so many issues that Tarn has outlined with boats, but I think Tarn's perfectionism is the main thing that's going to keep us from getting boats anytime soon. It's like, it's one of those things where I think if Tarn was less of a perfectionist, they'd be in the game already. And in regards to like world map, like being able to build roads and tunnels is like something I personally would like as well. I very much feel that sentiment, but how to do a multi-tile vehicle in diagonal. Yeah, I know that like everybody's favorite response is CDDA did a good job. I don't agree. I think that the CDDA solution is like clunky at best and sketchy at worst. So not entirely certain that that's a good alternative. Not a bad set of wins, that. All the way back up to 40,000. Even with the worst odds of not having a hat. You should theoretically be going to go do that mining. Oh, what are you doing, Pilot? Not working. Saving for 50,000 and then we'll all in. Really? Well, best of luck. It's like a year plus of saving. Tis indeed a bit late, yeah. 47 minutes left. Oh, you helped code CDDA's vehicles? Yeah, I mean, Tarn is out, like, there's actually a video on my YouTube channel, but it's from the interview that I did, the second interview I did with Tarn last year, called Why Are Boats a Pain in the Ass? Tarn Adams talks about why boats are a pain in the ass. And he pretty clearly outlines why he doesn't want to do boats the CDDA way. It's like, it's a solution, but it's not a solution that I think he's willing to use. So. Although, you know, like, this isn't just CDDA, but I don't think I've ever played a open world survival zombie game that actually has fun vehicles to drive. It's like DayZ didn't have fun vehicles to drive. I don't like the way the vehicles move in CDDA. I realize they move that way because they need to, but I don't like driving them. I don't like driving the vehicles in Project Zomboid. I don't know if there's any vehicles in Rust. Like I'm just like thinking through like post-apocalyptic zombie survival games in my head now, and I can't think of a single one that actually has vehicles that I like to drive. I like driving through crowds of zombies in Project Zomboid, but Dead State never played that. Need to look up Dead State now. Yeah, never seen this game before. I actually have it set as ignored, oddly enough. Apparently. Now I'm just wondering, what happened to the game Nether? Very negative reviews. Yeah, that checks out. That was a game that existed for a minute. Then people stopped caring. But when you say that you love vehicle crafting, you mean like you love the process of like picking apart all of the different pieces and then like rebuilding a car? Very focused on shelter management and politics, patterned around Fallout 1, gotcha. But doesn't run well on Windows 10 and you need to run it in admin mode compatibility? Oh. I guess it's just outdated and never got updated. So then your favorite game should be My Summer Car then, right? Because My Summer Car is just all that. You know, it's funny to me. It's like, to me, one of the most intimidating games I've played in the last few years is My Summer Car. That is probably one of the hardest to get into games I've ever seen, just because of how much knowledge of how an actual car functions you need in order to play that game. Well, I mean, Kerbal is all vehicle crafting, right? Like, all vehicle crafting. Like, nothing but vehicle crafting. All right. Doing all that. Still making all those blocks. The fun part is, once we finally get through all of this, once we actually get through all of this, we're going to have to do this fun thing, which is rebuild all the outer walls. Because once I do finally finish cleaning all these boulders, I'm going to start making obsidian. I'm going to take that obsidian and rebuild the outer wall with it. Yeah, I've never played the State of Decay games. Never played Dead Island. I was too distressed by Techland's marketing for Dead Island around the time I considered playing it. And never played Dying Light. I think I burnt out on the concept of zombies a lot faster than a lot of people did. I was pretty done with zombies by Daisy and Left 4 Dead. I was pretty done with zombies in games. Kind of just didn't want anything to do with them anymore. Didn't like the trailer for Dead Island. I didn't really like the disembodied torso that they were selling. Yeah, it's not that, like, zombies are bad or anything. It's just they're just not interesting. They were, like, the least interesting enemy. It's like, if you're, like, I'm not particularly into survival games in general, but it's like, if you're going to make a survival game, make something like Green Hell. Or, like, if you're going to do zombies, do a fun twist on it, like The Forest. And make them, like, weird mutants. Do something more than just zombies. Which a lot of those games didn't do. Or even, like, you know, I brought it up because that game is bad, but Nether, right? Like, Nether had a neat premise. Unfortunately, the gameplay was horrible. So, like, doesn't matter how good your premise is if your game sucks. But something like Stalker, to me, has a much better premise for the post-apocalypse than zombie games. Just as an example. I think the I think that the issue that I have with, like, survival games is there are very few survival games that I think that strike the balance between scavenging and just having to keep your character alive. It's like, it's not a survival game, but Caves of Cut has, like, a thirst and a hunger clock. You have to be paying attention to both of those. But you almost always will have so much water that you don't really need to pay attention to thirst, and your character automatically drinks when they need it. It does take a turn tick, but your character does just automatically drink. And food is scavenged from the environment and non-consequential, unless you intentionally don't stop and cook a meal, or have no food in your inventory and intentionally don't stop and cook a meal, which is almost impossible to be in those situations. Like, you have to try pretty hard to, like, die of hunger in that game. That's kind of like my limit for enjoyability in a game like that. The second it starts requiring more busy work than that, I get less... Like, the game has to be really good outside of that for me to want to take part in those mechanics. It's like, I play Project Zomboid, and I've played quite a bit of Project Zomboid recently. I don't like the hunger clock. I don't like the thirst. I don't enjoy the hunger or thirst clocks. I don't think those are fun mechanics just to interact with. And I don't really like the crafting in that game, because the crafting, while really deep and interesting, takes so fucking long to gain any interesting skills in. It's just boring. But what I do really like doing in that game is rolling up a character, taking a car, driving into town, dodging in between a bunch of zombie hordes, stealing 40 cans of soup and a bunch of boards and nails, and running back home and dropping it off and letting other people do the crafting. That's something that I enjoy doing in that game. Like, the act of, like, scavenging. The scavenging loop in Zomboid is really good. The rest of the game is kind of feels unfair to the value of your time, or ends up being boring. But didn't like the main plot, just like wandering around and exploring. Yeah, no, I get that. You played Dead Island with a friend. Probably the best way to play that game. It is. It's every Bethesda game since Morrowind. Some more than others. Oh man, really? Just within the line of Fallout, they lost something important. What, like? Oh, you mean the difference between Bethesda games and the pre-Bethesda games? I mean, here's the actual reality, right? They are Fallout in, like, the pre-Bethesda Fallouts and the post-Bethesda Fallouts are both Fallout in name only, really. I like basic theming and name only. They're completely different games, made by completely different groups of people.
Your chicken's doing a thing again.
Made by completely different,
Not anymore.
or for completely different audiences in a completely different industry. Like, Fallout 1, 2, and Fallout Tactics should not be held in contest with 3, 4, and Vegas. As much as I like Fallout 1 and 2 and Tactics, specifically Tactics, and as much as I dislike the Bethesda Fallouts, I actively despise those games, they're not even in the same franchise in my brain. They're a different franchise. And like you can absolutely compare them. I personally feel that it's not unfair to compare them, but like inaccurate to compare them. Looks like Paranoid Metroid is tantruming. That's fortunate. Although the last time Paranoid Metroid tantrumed and we put them in prison, they actively repented. So hopefully this ends for the better. I want them to attend their meeting first, though. I don't think they killed anybody. Nope. I never played Atom RPG. Very Russian, though. I never played Atom RPG. I looked at playing Underrail, and I don't know if I actually want to. I played, like, the first 40 minutes of it off stream, and... I mean, have you ever tried to kill somebody with who's holding a shotgun with a sledgehammer? You're not going to win that fight if they have, like, a 4-meter distance between you and them. So, of course, it's going to be less effective later on. The game, like, it's not really Fallout, but the game that I want to see more games like from that era is Syndicate. Like, similar era to Fallout 1 and 2, but that's the one that I really would like to see expanded on. I'd love to see more games like Syndicate. It's like, You want to see a game that makes me mad? And then I'm going to ask you guys this question. This game. This game makes me so fucking mad. Because everything about it should be phenomenal. Like, the game loop they've got, the combat they've got, like, the combat engine that they've built with this thing is so fucking cool. And they waste it so completely with an absolutely horrendous campaign. It's got an absolutely awful campaign. And the entire game is tuned around this multiplayer mode that nobody plays. It makes me so sad. It's such a good multiplayer. It's such a good combat engine that works so poorly in multiplayer. And it's completely tuned around multiplayer. It's like... And then their campaign is the most grindy, poorly designed, sadly implemented because they had to thing I've ever seen. It's offensively bad. So chat, what's a game that makes you mad? Just a game that makes you mad for any reason. Does it support mods? It doesn't fucking matter if it supports mods because nobody's playing it. I don't think it has workshop, actually. Hold on. Yes, it does have a workshop. It does have a workshop, but like I said, it doesn't fucking matter. Considering, like, a lot of them are either solo missions. It's just missions, because the game's got a built-in map editor. So it's a lot of missions, but... Ugh. My favorite part of Noita is the soundtrack. Fucking 8 hours of music. It's so good. 8 hours of weird space rock. Gotta let Paranoid meet with the mayor before I can arrest him for his crimes. Three picks, 2 crutches. Hellion, oh boy. A hard science space setting. I almost bought that game. A couple of times, actually. I remember seeing that pop up and go, this looks neat. Yeah, I'm just looking it up to make sure it's the game that I'm thinking of. Was that not on Steam? Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Unless it was removed from Steam. Satellite Rain was terrible, though. Oh, it was removed from Steam. Okay. Damn. Truly abandoned then. Sucks. But yeah, no, I don't want Syndicate-ish. I want games like Syndicate. There's only been one game that's like felt like Syndicate without being Syndicate to me, and that's Brigador. Satellite Rain didn't feel like Syndicate at all. That's the problem that I had with it. It just didn't fit the vibe. It didn't have the... I don't know. There was nothing I liked about Satellite Rain. Well, maybe not nothing, but there was so much I didn't like about Satellite Rain. It didn't matter. Like, it just... And it's not even like it didn't feel finished. It just didn't feel good. If that makes any sense. The aesthetic designs of Satellite Rain was pretty okay, though. Apparently they put out Windbound? Huh. I was wondering if that studio did anything since they put out a game called Windbound, which apparently isn't very good. Or rather, people don't like it. I don't know if it's any good, but... Not in the past 4 years, but they did make a first-person shooter called Syndicate, which apparently is a really good game in its own right. I've never played it, though. I don't think that was released on anything outside of consoles. I thought that was just like one of those weird console exclusives. Hold on. Syndicate. Yeah, it's a weird console exclusive-y thing. Text is probably from my mom. But yeah, it was a first-person shooter called Syndicate. That was a text from my mom that I had to respond to. Let's look this up. Syndicate remake. Yeah, it's yeah, okay. It is on PC, but it's an Origin exclusive, so it's not available on Steam. It's on PC, PlayStation 3, and Xbox 360, so. But man, that is a game that would truly, like, I mean, you could buy Syndicate right now for $1.99. You know, we live in a world where, like, Open XCOM exists and is incredible. Is there an Open Syndicate that I'm not aware of? Because fucking hell, there should be. Yeah, that was not in the past 4 years. Like, Xbox 360 and PS3 has been out of date for a while now. Has anybody made an open source syndicate? Ah, here we go. Free syndicate. What is this ad? Free syndicate project is a no affiliated with Electronic Arts and or Bullfrog. Development. This is a very difficult to read webpage, people. Let's see. They last released a post in 2019 stating, "Help wanted. As you may have seen, development on the project has been put on hold for quite some time now. Time is a precious and rare thing. If any of you wants to bring, some contribution and new life to the project, please contact me. I will be glad to give you access to the repository." So, yeah, it looks dead. Hasn't really had an update since 2016. Yeah, it certainly doesn't look active. You know, all I really want for like a remaster of Syndicate is just like redo all the sprites, make it widescreen. That's all I want. I'll be back in a sec. I need to go use the restroom. Been live for 3 hours and I haven't peed yet, so BRB. You know, oh, hey, we're moving into summer. I kind of hate to say it, but I think that Syndicate might be dead. Like, just as a franchise, like, not enough people care about Syndicate anymore. Like, I think most of the other classic Bullfrog IPs, there's at least somebody who cares, you know? There's some people who care about those. And the ones that a lot of people care about are being remade by Sega now, you know, with the 2 Point Hospital and 2 Point University. Yeah, Aqua's doing pretty well, it looks like. I think that those are doing well in their own right, but... Well, see, here's the thing, right? Dungeon Keeper also has a lot of fans all around the world, but corporate-wise, but the corporate of EA thinks that franchise has no value. And the reason corporate EA thinks that franchise has no value is because the last time they attempted to do anything with it, they tried to make it into a free-to-play mobile game with one of the worst business models in free-to-play that you could possibly have for a free-to-play mobile game, meaning nobody was happy with it. Like, it literally just upset everybody. That's all that it did, was it upset everybody. Because when you make a game a free-to-play mobile game, and nobody plays your video game, and you sit there like all surprise Pikachu, unfortunately, when you're a major publisher like EA, that just means, oh, well, this franchise must have no value if people aren't that desperate for it, right? If at the very least your franchise gets some sort of player base when they try to make the cash grab mobile game, then it's a franchise with value to the corporate people over there. So the way I see it is it was a franchise with a lot of value that not enough people jumped on when they decided to be a providing wonderful video game publisher and give us a terrible mobile game. Versus something like Fallout Shelter, just as an example. So I think XCOM does super well as well because it's made by... also, the reason they think that Syndicate doesn't have any fans is because when they tried to make a Syndicate reboot as a first-person shooter, nobody played it. Like, that game was a critical success, but outside of that, like, a mass failure. Nobody liked that game. Even, like, a few people that I know who defend it now didn't really like it at the time. Like, there's almost no examples I can think of anybody enjoying that game. So it's like... Yeah, but see, here's the thing, right? You never heard about XCOM until they remade XCOM. You didn't hear about XCOM until they announced XCOM the Bureau. Rather. You used to hear nothing about XCOM. Then they announced that a first-person shooter XCOM game, and there was mass uprising and anger. People said, don't make this game. And then they were like, oh, people really don't want this game. All right, let's not make this game and instead make a actual one of those. Bastet's tantruming. And so they listened and they made an actual one of those as well as XCOM the Bureau. And, well, let's just say that the spin-off franchise... well, didn't do so hot. Nobody gave a shit. It wasn't very good. Had blurry graphics, looked ugly, played badly, and nobody bought it. Remember this game? Except the difference is when they announced the new Syndicate and everybody complained, they didn't listen. They just made the first-person shooter. And with Dungeon Keeper, when they announced a new Dungeon Keeper, which was a terrible mobile game, and everybody complained, they didn't listen. That's why you hear all sorts of great things about XCOM from all over the world, but you don't hear anything about Dungeon Keeper. It's because the fan base gives up when they don't listen. There is a sizable fan base for Dungeon Keeper that could have been just as big as XCOM. The difference is when the publisher released their announcement, they stuck by it, didn't cave. What about Heroes of Might and Magic then? They've never stopped making Heroes of Might and Magic. People just only play the good one. Heroes of Might and Magic is like... How do I... Well, I'm trying to think of like an example. Yeah, but they still make new ones. They're still trying to capitalize on that audience. It's just never worked. Like, Heroes of Might and Magic is a long... is a very long-running franchise, and they still make them. The difference is, they've just never managed to capitalize on the third one. Yeah, like, I'm looking at the franchise page right now on Wikipedia. Because there's also the spin-off King's Bounty series. They just put one of those out. But it's... Let's see, so Heroes of Might and Magic 3 in 99, 4 in 2002, 5 in 2006, 6 in 2011, and 7 in 2015, plus a bunch of DLCs for it. Like, they've never stopped making them. So, like, regardless of whether or not they're successful, they're still trying to capitalize on that market. And then, of course, there's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 spin-off games. I don't think Heroes of Might and Magic is really in the same wheelhouse because, like, they are still trying to capitalize on that franchise. They're just doing a terrible job of it. Whereas EA isn't trying to capitalize on Syndicate. They tried once, failed, and never did it again. Just be like if EA Games was trying to capitalize on Syndicate as hard as Ubisoft tries to capitalize on Heroes of Might and Magic, there would be 70 Syndicate games out by this point. Maybe not 70. There'd be at least 12 out by this point, including multiple mobile ports. What? A human has arrived, and I don't see him. The humans did the thing where they arrived and immediately left. I don't think that Heroes of Might and Magic is like a legitimate comparison in that discussion, that's all. So, the reason you hear more about Might and Magic than Dungeon Keeper is there's 3 Dungeon Keeper games, and only 2 of them were good. There's Dungeon Keeper and there's Dungeon Keeper 2. And then 15 years later, they made Dungeon Keeper 3, or just Dungeon Keeper, which is an awful mobile game. And that mobile game failed and was shut down, and nobody played it. Because that's the first breath of fresh air, where Might and Magic gets a mobile game every other year and a major installment every 6. There will be another Might and Magic. There will be a Heroes 8. It'll come out at some point. It'll be played for a little bit. Some people will buy it. And then people will just go back to playing Might and Magic 3 because that's the good one. That's just the way those franchises go. So. I currently have really, really, really high hopes for the new Brigador. That's my biggest hope for Syndicate-like games. I hope Brigador Killers is good. Their last teaser post for that game includes moving civilian vehicles, which... Please be good. Please be good. Please be good. Brigador is so good, so please be good. Please be good. Brigador kills? Killers, not kills. But there really isn't, and there isn't. I don't think there is any space maps. The last screenshot they released had civilian vehicles, which has me excited. There's just like more shit running around on screen. That'll be cool by itself. Uh-oh, somebody died. Bastet's been found dead. Oh, you finally got dealt with. What happened there? I'm actually not sure what killed Bastet. But she had it coming to her. It might have just been, Oh, no. She just kind of... Because she was just, like, tantruming back in here. Back and forth, and she just keeled over. Someone must have hit her, but I don't see a combat log. Oh, I see. Captain the Guard punched her. Oh, and she killed a merchant. So she killed a merchant, Yep, she killed a merchant, Errol. Which sucks. And then the Captain of the Guard offed her. So she deserved it. Exhaustion? No. Got killed by the Captain of the Guard. Double check. Yeah. Killed by the Captain of the Guard. She deserves it. No question there. Rest in peace. Hey, Orange. What's up? How's things, man? Oh, and then Paranoid Metroid got a beating. May need to swap out Captain of the Guard, though. Seems to be a bit too strong. Maybe give it to Aqua. Tough and strong. Yeah, I think we're going to give the job to Aqua. Aqua, would you like the job? That's the important question. Incredibly quick to heal and slow to tire. I mean, Dwarven Law works better than not. I mean, she was a 2-time murderer, so I don't feel so bad about it. Let the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Would just as soon have nature and the great outdoors burned into ashes and converted into a great mining pit, is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting. Values merrymaking and values sacrifice. Views loyalty unfavorably. Finds friendship burdensome and doesn't really see the point in working hard. I don't think you do super well as a... Well, you do see mercy at the forefront of everything. All right, I think it's time for a new Captain of the Guard. We're going to give Aqua a run at the job. All right, Aqua now has the job. And the king wants me to make 2 more crutches. We already have in queue. So Aqua's the new Captain of the Guard. Question is, do you have any thoughts about this, Aqua? Satisfied at work? No thoughts? Head empty? It's fine. This noise machine that I use has added all of like these generative songs, which I think are kind of neat. Like generated Gregorian chants almost. Almost. Too many different kinds of voices for that. An Imush! The merchant has given birth to a girl. As some die, others rise. You know what? Goats, is it time that we resurrect you? Been doing lots of paperwork and stuff, also trying to get rid of the smoke smell. Oh, because of your truck was driven by a smoker previously? I mean, it's not too difficult to get rid of the smoke smell. It just takes time. You just got to air it out a lot for a while. It'll go away eventually. It's like removing somebody's body odor for a room when they've sweat in a room for a couple of days. Like, it's doable, it just takes a little bit. Or does anybody else want to be this dwarf? I have a feeling it's going to be hard for me to get, like, Dwarf's name today, based on how enthusiastic chat is about the concept. By that, I mean, I might as well name this character Crickets. Which, you know, like, if that's my only option, I'll take it. But does anybody want this child, chat? Anybody at all? I don't take nominations. They have to volunteer. Do 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 do. Nobody? All right. Nobody gets this baby then. That's fine. Well, I mean, that's not what I was asking for. I was asking for people who wanted to volunteer names, not people who want to not volunteer their name. Very inky. So kind of pointless, eh? You know, It's times like right now that I just kind of don't want to stream because it's just like streaming is great, right? But there are certain like community interaction gimmicks that I just have that I love doing, and if like nobody's interested, it's like, man, why didn't I just take the day off? But you know, here we are. You've been away from your family for too long, Dwarf. Feel that. I know, Orange. I know, but there's, 39 allegedly other people here who theoretically could take it, and nobody wants it. And that makes me kind of disappointed in your guys' enthusiasm in this fortress. Also, today's view count's making me very excited about the enthusiasm in the fortress or streams in general today. But I should shut the fuck up and just play the game. All right, what's that? More opal clusters? No diamonds, just jasper opals. My statement still stands, wave depletion. My statement still stands. All right. You're running from place to place, getting all those blocks paid. We're gonna keep going around the edge up here. Although I'm thinking about going to work on this upper walkway. The thing is, I kind of don't need it to go all the way over here. I'm thinking about taking it down. The problem is I don't know how to do that. She likes working outdoors. Interesting. I was wondering about how much maybe turning on fishing on dwarves would be a good idea for dwarves that have issues with being outdoors. Because Tygo is 18, and I made her work outdoors, and now she likes working outdoors. I think it's kind of interesting. Maybe this is the era of if a dwarf hates working outdoors, turn on fishing. In the truck, Orange? Does that mean you can just like bring a tub of ice cream with you when you go out on drives? Trying to think what else you'd like put in a fridge. Guess like frozen dinners? Also works on dads. Frozen vegetables. Oh yeah, true. You could have like peas. Good if you hit your head. This noise machine is way too customizable. All right. Guess what I need to do is I need to find dwarves that hate being outdoors and then go fish. I think that's enough of those crafts. Bought yourself a deep freeze, buying fruits and vegetables and meats in bulk when they're on sale. Yeah, I unfortunately living in a small apartment, I don't have the space to store food like that. I can do that with rice. That's about it. Like dried foods, I can do that with. Anything that needs to be frozen though, like that. I just have like a normal fridge size freezer and that's it, which is enough for like some ice cream, a few bags of frozen peas, but I'm better off buying canned. What, for the job swap? Orange? Are you still doing a cross-border routes? They don't do direct deposit. Wow. I mean, my parents don't do direct deposit, but that's my parents running a family business. My dad writes checks. I pointed out about how backwards that is, but, you know. Yeah, I would feel very weird about getting any job now that doesn't pay with direct deposit. Like, super weird about that. Like, to the point where I don't know if I'd want to work for a company that didn't do direct deposit. I'd feel like they were skimping somewhere or something. Like, I feel like I would genuinely run into trust problems with whatever company I was working for at the time. Doesn't matter what company. Yeah, I don't know. I'd be sketched about that. Oy vey. Today is a day where I cannot look at my view count because I just want to cry. Oh well. Such is life. Noticed a lot more new Dwarf Fortress players on the subreddit specifically. There's been 2 comments or 2 threads in the last, like, 3 days about people asking for advice. And then I look at the advice that people are giving them and I just want to die inside. I'm just like, oh, this is all terrible advice. Or a lot of this is terrible advice. The vast majority of people who give advice in Dwarf Fortress haven't played enough of the game to really give advice. It's like I could go in there and give people advice, but then I'd just be giving the exact opposite advice of everything else, which doesn't help anybody. It just confuses people, so. I think that every time you look at where everyone I went to high school with and I see what they're up to. Wait, what? Suspect? Or sad? In context of what? Sad? Oh. I mean, my one real good friend from growing up, like, runs a pretty successful private political magazine, and website and blog and a pretty successful podcast, so fucking good for him. And then the other 2 kids that I hung out with a whole lot, one of them is a kids writer who writes light novels for kids and seems to be pretty successful at that. And the other one, older brother's a landscaper. Haven't talked to them in years, though. So, they all turned out all right. But I also didn't have that big of a friend pool. I don't know what most of the people I used to work with are still doing. I hope that they got out of fast food generally. But I don't actually know. Because I don't have the ability to stalk them and find out. I know at least one of them has a better gig these days, but... Generally, I think that generally the people that were assholes to people in school, in my experience, don't get very far in life. I mean, I will say that much. Like, there is one person that I looked up relatively recently just to see what he was up to, who used to be, like, kind of the worst person in the world to me. And my little sister especially. And he's, 4 years younger than me. I'm 27. And from what I can tell, the only actual job he's ever had was working for his dad, and he's got 2 DUIs under his belt. So don't really feel jealous about that one. 2 counts of driving under the influence on his record, and just from a quick search, so maybe more. Don't really feel bad for that kid who used to bully my little sister. Seemed like he got what was coming to him. I do believe that most people deserve second chances, but there's some people that, like, you keep giving them chances and they just make the same mistake again. At a point, why does it matter if you give them another chance? They're just gonna take that chance and use it to hurt more people. Unfortunately, that seems to be the standard amongst people like that. You give them an abusable position of power and they will abuse it regardless. Biggest bully in your high school moved to the USA, got drafted, and from what you hear, the asshole wiped out of him and he cleared up his act. Well, that's good for him. So, like, born and raised in Canada and got drafted into the USA military? That's a jump. Yeah, but, like, why would he immigrate? I don't know. Like, I know that there's legitimate reasons to do it, but whenever I hear about Canadians immigrating into the States, it's just like the most baffling why response I will always give. Like, I will always give the most confused, like, why would you do a thing like that? Because I myself cannot fathom the logic behind becoming an American citizen when you're a Canadian citizen. It's like intentionally giving up an advantageous position in my mind, but like, of course, there's like legitimate reasons to do that. There's plenty of, partners is one thing. But you wouldn't mind dual citizenship? I know a guy who's kept up his dual citizenship just so that he can go vote in American elections. The only reason he's kept it, he's always, well, actually I haven't seen him in, like, so maybe he's changed this. I haven't seen him in about a year and a half, but he used to always keep his American citizenship up just so that he could go down to the States to wise damn investment. I mean, better than mine. He kept it up just purely so that he could, like, ever since the Obama administration, because he voted for Obama, he would always go down just to go vote. So, which I always thought was kind of funny. It's like, you're basically Canadian, but for some reason, you still have the ability to vote down there and influence another country's elections. I don't think there's a single country in the world that I would want dual citizenship with. Maybe Germany, because that's, like, actually doable. Or, like, Netherlands, because I have enough relatives in those regions that I could pull that off. But I don't really see the point. Seems like a lot of paperwork for not a lot of investment. I don't have any family in Sweden, so that would be really difficult. I would have to move to Sweden. I have zero interest in moving to Sweden. Realistically, to me, Sweden is just much more expensive Canada. Same with, like, Denmark and a lot of those Scandinavian countries. It's like significantly more expensive Canada with a more complicated language. I'll just stay in Canada, thanks. I mean, I respect lots of things about their country too. Doesn't mean I want to live there. Personally, I think that Finland has the better metal versus Sweden, and Germany has the best death metal and the best thrash. So I don't know about Sweden. Sweden's got, like, the best gimmick bands, that's for sure. Or some of the best gimmick bands. When I say gimmick bands, I mean, like, Nightwish. Well, I mean, gimmick bands are like Nightwish, Eskimo Callboy, that kind of thing. Although Eskimo Callboy is more of a gimmick band, especially as of recently. But they're German. But a lot of those, like, very corny comedy power metal bands are Swedish. Dragon Force is absolutely a gimmick band. Also, I look at Sweden right now and the way that they're treating the pandemic, and makes me have absolutely no desire to ever move to Sweden. I'll be honest. It's like any like fleeting desire I had to maybe visit or move there kind of vanished over the last 2 years. You mean emotes, not stickers? Pretty sure those are emotes, not stickers. Well, there goes more of our images. Just remember, stickers was originally a Facebook branding thing. If you dislike Facebook, think twice before calling things stickers. Using Telegram too often, stickers got into your brain? Yep. Well, stickers were Facebook rebranding emoji and trying to like come up with their own standard for emoji. And emoji are Unicode, which are their own thing. So just be smart about what's what, right? It's kind of all that there really is to it. Just removing all the Kimberlite blocks. Some of the granite jobs too. All right, we actually have a mason again. It's been a while. No way to being caught in the rain? How do you feel about the sun? You don't like the sun base. Well, indifferent currently. I need to get you uncave adapted. I'm thinking maybe give kids fishing for the first 5 years of their lives, really? We're also going to need to make a round of clothing this year. So I have to keep up on that. Let's watch this kid. Because then they're forced to stand out in the sun for days on end. So chat, if you're just lurking and watching the stream, one way that you could help us out is you could give the channel a host. Go over to your channel and type in /host in your chat, and then my username. Because just look at the view count. Give you an idea. That's about 25 to 30 below where I need it to be in order for this channel to be sustainable. Today's just definitely a slow day, but if you want to help correct that, hosting the channel is one way to do that. I like that it says the way that it's equipped. It's like this is a multi-grasped pick, meaning it almost envisions that because they're holding it with multiple hands, they're like fishing with a pickaxe, which is kind of amazing. Imagine a dwarf fishing with a pickaxe. There's one. Thunk! Skewered. It's kind of like fishing with a spear, but more personal, maybe. very carefully. Very inky. Very carefully. Thanks, Orange, Woot, and Wave Depletion. Cheers, guys. But to me, as far as gimmick bands go, I think like the best example of a gimmick band would be something like Necrogoblicon. Just because Necrogoblicon, like their whole shtick is we have a goblin in the band that does nothing but kind of shriek occasionally and then dance around. It's like it's the most of a gimmick band. Ghost is definitely a gimmick band, yeah. Rars, Satan, there. Also, we're not actually a band. We're just a gimmick singer with traveling musicians. Like, I almost hesitate to call band, like, a Ghost a band. Like, I don't mind Ghost. Like, the music's fine. Toby's fine. But, like, I do hesitate to call them a band at times. And thanks, Ghost, for the host. That rhymes. But yeah, in regards to stickers, that was a Facebook Messenger thing. Stickers was originally a Facebook Messenger thing, and then it was picked up by Apple, just as a generic term for big emotes. It has made it to kind of like generic term status, but it was originally a Facebook thing. Also, I'm like getting kind of close to 9,000 subs on YouTube, which means I'm like just over 1,000 subs away from being able to advertise t-shirts on my YouTube videos. And I'm so pissed off at the platform that offers that service, I don't think I'm gonna use it. So annoyed with Spring right now. Not even funny. Alright, so the humans like canceled trading with us this year. They showed up and then immediately left, which happens sometimes. Putting me to sleep. ICQ? Insane Clown Posse has stickers? Oh, wait. I mean, that's not how you spell posse, but that just looks like Insane Clown Posse. Now I'm trying to think. What's ICQ? International Computer Questions. Where my brain went. Whoa! Bruh.
It isn't much, but you said it was a slow day, might well liven it up in a little.
That's a lot of money. Dude, like, that's like enough that I just could, like, end the work day now, and I'm just happy. It is a quiet day, yes, but that doesn't mean that you need to throw 50 bucks at me. Thank you very much. It's very generous of you. Chat, can I get a round of beers for that? Trying to find a better noise machine to throw in. Okay. It's very much like a Monday. I'll put it that way. Very much a Monday. Thanks a ton for the 50 bucks. There is a almond at the bottom of my coffee cup. Sometimes I just put raw almonds in the bottom of my coffee. It's a kind of an almond flavor. You would have thrown it a little further? What, like further up? Kind of arc the shot higher? I mean, a rocket ship could like send it into orbit and then back down. That would make it go a little higher. But I mean, 50 bucks is 50 bucks, and that's definitely not nothing, so. Like, to me, like, you say that $50 isn't much, right? I don't know what would be considered much for you, but $50 is like my grocery budget for the week. That's a lot of money. Well, thank you. Not inside the bean water? Sure. Makes me sad when people call coffee bean water, though. I can't quite describe why, but it does make me sad. It's like coffee is so much nicer to me than that, and degrading it down to just bean water just makes it sound like a disgusting thing. It's like, coffee's lovely. Like, genuinely, coffee is one of the things that gives me the most happiness in life. Just the smell of coffee, the taste of coffee, the aroma, the awakeness it gives me, the alertness it gives me. Everything about coffee is lovely. People are like, bean water, and I'm like, that sounds disgusting. I don't know, makes me sad. I don't know. I've never thought of it as funny. To me, it's like a way of mocking people who like coffee. Because that's usually how I see it used. It's usually just like a, oh, you're drinking that bean water? Like, it's a negative thing? I'm not saying it's not funny. It is kind of a funny name, but it, to me, just kind of reads like, ew, gross coffee kind of thing. I mean, I listened to a podcast, and one of the hosts talked about how he quit coffee cold turkey one day. He decided that he was, yeah, like he realized that he was having too much coffee, and he realized like how much withdrawals he would get if he didn't drink coffee for one day. And so he just quit coffee cold turkey. Didn't drink any coffee for like 3 weeks. And he said that he came to the terms that he can exist without coffee. He swapped over to tea. But life is so much better with coffee. He drinks less coffee now, which I agree with. Like, I drink way less coffee now than I used to back when I had problems with caffeine. But it's like, it's practically like my morning meditation. It's like so connected to like, I know that the morning routine is like the in shit thing to say right now, but it's like, it's so ingrained to the way I get out of bed in the morning that I can't function without it. And it's like, even if I don't drink the coffee, I would prefer to spend 30 minutes making a cup of coffee to then pour it down a drain than I would not doing that. Like, just the act of making it for me is like half of the value I get out of it. It's like making my 2.5 cups of coffee is like proving that I'm awake, proving that my brain is functioning, and proving that I'm ready to start my day. If I can make a coherent cup of coffee in 20 minutes, I feel better. Life feels worse without coffee. Coffee or tea. Like, I think that there's a way to like factor tea into that too, but tea is such a simple process to make. I think that if tea was more complicated to put together in the morning, it would feel more satisfying to me. Although I've actually figured out that, like, because I dried a lot of my own spices and herbs at the end of the gardening season last year, as well as a shit ton of mint, because mint is easy to grow. So I have like 8 different types of things that I can put into tea, including my own chamomile, mint, things like rosemary, and various other spices that I have. So I can make a really nice herb and spice tea just from my own ingredients. And that is fun. Like, portioning out the different things to like put it into the thing to steep it and like try a new combination of things is fun. But for me, making coffee is more effort. It's trickier to make a good cup of coffee, especially the way I make it. So for me, it's like almost just the hobby of like putting it together is like just as important in the process as actually drinking it. It helps that I like the flavor and the smells associated with coffee, but it's not the most important part. I mean, I have horseradish in a jar in my spice cabinet, but I haven't grown any horseradish. Although horseradish isn't my favorite spice. My family loved horseradish. I'm more of a pepper kind of person. I want different peppers, especially fresh ones, chili and otherwise. like if I'm gonna add like a spicy thing to a thing, I want it to be a pepper. Which I certainly can't grow because people will just steal them. Peppers and tomatoes, when you live in an apartment building and are growing on the ground floor, people will just walk up to your apartment and take them. They're unfortunately far too easy to steal straight off the vine. I don't want to go through the effort of policing vines around my apartment. That's just not something I'm interested in the slightest. Let's put a wall in right here, Gabriel. And a wall in right here. But also, Mr. Pyalot, in regards to this season, January is always slow for streams, just in general. Some more than others. I mean, for me, January is notoriously slow for me because I have an audience that generally has kids and generally works. And the post-Christmas season is always absolutely just brutal. In most ways. This January has actually been pretty good, all things considered, but it's still been slow. Okay, so we are filling in the holes surrounding this. It's possible. Hope that you're coming for that first one. Looks like it. I think I can do this. Perfect. Yeah, no, the only reason I don't grow horseradish is I just don't have a big enough garden space. I have 6 different small pots. I don't really have enough space for a large garden. It grows so deep that you also need to dig it up when you want a piece. Yeah, that too. You already hate thinking about that part, but oh well. There's some tricks to doing that. Grow it in a separate container as well that is easily removable. That's one way to do that. I've done that with potatoes before. Not in my current garden, but in a previous garden where I would take like a pot, cut the edges out, and then bury the pot with the plant in it. So then you just have like these 2 handles and you just lift the pot out and then you'd be able to pull the pieces off. There's several different ways of doing that that makes that a lot easier, but I think if I were to grow some sort of root, anything, it would probably be potatoes. If I was going to go through that effort, that level of effort and that level of soil depth, I would just go for potatoes. Go all the way. That or like ginger. I think I like ginger more than a horseradish. And frozen dirt that you had to break up. Well, I mean, if it's growing happily, then that's half the battle. That's the one part of gardening that I'm real bad at, actually, is gardening in the winter. I always have lots of inspiration and desire to garden in the summer, but the second winter rolls around, it's like, all of my desire to garden just goes out the window. Yeah, it's like my lavender. My lavender should be dead. Like 3 times over. Meanwhile, my rosemary, every time it gets cold, even remotely cold, I have to take it inside and like baby it for 4 or 5 days or it'll just die. Like if you leave lavender in cold enough weather where the soil freezes, it just dies. Or not lavender, rosemary. But I use rosemary way too often and I love it too much to let it die. I wonder if my mom survived, actually, because, like, during the cold spell, she just totally left it outside. I might have to give her rosemary clippings this year instead of the other way around. All right, now we begin the very slow, arduous process of sealing all this back up. Which I don't need to do, but I'm going to do it this way. This is one method of getting rid of a lot of blocks. To do it this way. Seal up a lot of these bits and pieces and corners and holes. And then if for some reason I need them back in the future, we can just deconstruct these walls. But I'm digging out these mined out shafts for Kimberlite, and then we're going to fill them back up with gabbro and granite, because those are the 2 materials that we are disposing of primarily currently. Three more picks and 2 more doors. Smelt 100 limonite. Which is a tough material for us to smelt because it's kind of far away from the forges, but is what it is. I just hope that some people retain the desire to learn to farm that a lot of people gained when the pandemic first kicked into gear. Like, bread making and farming were like the 2 main things I saw people suddenly gain interest in. Just hoping more people kept up the interest in gardening, I guess. You have a patio? Because if you have a patio that gets any sun, you can start. No, I know it's not a pandemic thing for you, because you lived on a farm. And I also grew up in the country where I could garden. But it just wasn't the... Just... There's been an influx in interest recently. No patio? Oh, that sucks. No window? Because, like, you'd be amazed on what you could grow in a window box, too. But it's also, like, not a realistic thing for most... Not maybe for most, but for a lot of people. It's just not a realistic thing. You have windows and a few houseplants? There's definitely some, like, little herb things that you could do, but outside of, like, maybe a mint pot, like, you're kind of limited, unfortunately. Is what plants you should have next to each other? That is the useful part in farming? Yeah. For me, it's learning what the ants don't want to kill around here, because they want to kill a lot of things. Well, that thing may change. Well, hell yeah. Now that's an enviable position to be in. Being able to say that you're shopping for a home. Because of how they function. What the hardest part about learning to garden for me is learning about how to deal with pests. Or that's been the hardest part. I've gotten better at it though. Gotten better at killing the fucking cabbage moths, but also gotten better at spotting their eggs. I'll tell you this. Also, like scrolling back up in chat a little bit, don't get yourself a Venus flytrap for your dashboard. They're far too slow. It's like buying a declawed indoor-only cat and telling them to go kill a rat. It's just not going to be very effective. You Googled it? Okay. Like, they're cool fucking plants. Active plants are super neat. There's, oh man, I can't remember the name of it. There's this plant that's at the local nursery that I'm always tempted to buy, but I know I wouldn't be able to take care of it, so I don't bother, because what's the point of buying a neat plant to just kill it? But it's super active. You touch it. If it feels any motion, it folds up and hides, because it has very long, spindly, delicate leaves. It's not carnivorous. It doesn't eat bugs or anything, but you touch it and it just completely folds up. Then after about a minute, it slowly unfolds again. The humans have arrived to drop off their annual tributes. The dashboard flytrap catching a fly? Yeah, well, probably. But yeah, a dashboard flytrap is not going to be efficient at completing anything. Literally anything. Which kind of sucks. Don't get me wrong. Kind of sucks. Clearing some notifications. All right, getting on the second one. I get to go snowshoeing again on Friday. Supposedly we're gonna get stuck in a cloud though. The only reason I'm doing it is because me and my friend are able to get a ride up there so we don't have to take the bus. Which is nice. Although it does mean that we have more of a schedule limitation than previously. Got a goose as part of this. Does mean I will be missing after hours though. But for those of you watching, I won't be taking part in after hours this coming week. But that's okay. I mean, it's not like I'm not doing way too much work for things that aren't paying me as is. I mean, I'm doing 98% of the work on the podcast. I do all of the production, all of the editing. I built the website, so Enough stuff for the team. Everybody else can lift their weight for a bit. Already working 7 days a week. Spider plant? Now are you thinking spider plant or are you thinking snake plant? Because snake plants are good at, like, cleaning the air. Spider plants not so much. But spider plants would probably live better in a truck. I mean, like, they're both fine at it, but snake plants are better. Spider plants are just hard to kill. And fit in a little basket pretty easily. Like, they're a nice basket-sized plant. I've missed a couple of them. Not as many as, like, Belinair has, though. Snake plant's a bit big. So are spider plants. It depends on the snake plant, right? Like, I have a snake plant that's this big. I also have one that's like almost a meter tall. You can get varieties of snake plants that are not very large. Okay, hold on a second. Why is Bastet's body in there? I have no coffins available? Excuse me? Yes, we do have coffins available. Why? Don't we remove the body? Also, there's the thing about snake plants where they grow exceptionally slow. We clearly have too many jobs if the dwarves aren't able to deal with corpses. Your snake plant grows so slow, but it divides and creates many babies every spring. So you now have 7 snake plants? I probably could cut my biggest one if I wanted to. So unbreak that. I think that the dwarves are just too busy. I think that's the reality of it. Huh. So, like, our YouTube bot for Discord, CoachBot, hasn't been announcing YouTube uploads, and it just announced a whole bunch of YouTube uploads. I guess they finally fixed it. And finally, a caravan has arrived. Miltongs Dumat has made it to the fort. I think I'm going to free this tomb. Make that tomb available a second time. There you go. Maybe what happened was somehow they just like canceled and broke the Put order in the tomb job. Or put orphan tomb job. Might have been something along the lines of what happened. Nobody's done that yet, but here we are. Alright, so dwarves will start bringing all of that used clothing in. Assuming they're mostly getting stuff out of the bedrooms of the dwarves that have died in the recent-ish times. Man. Picks and crutches. Three picks and three crutches. It's always the same. 3 and 3. Yeah, now that Bastet has a coffin assigned, that's a good sign. Guess we'll go all the way around the back here with more coffins, because I apparently need more tombs.
Longdeath appears to be aptly named, eh?
In what way? I mean, like, it was aptly named because the name worked, right? Stone came up with it and it just fit. Jack, if you are paying any attention to the stream whatsoever, could I get a round of beers? I mean, we wouldn't have named it Longdeath if it didn't fit. I mean, that is the point, yeah. We are going for, I said beers, friend. Not like, it sounds like I said peers. Definitely said beer. Also, you know, you could, like, hover over any of the other emotes that are popping up in chat and figure out what I said. Unless, like, you're legitimately hard of hearing, in which case that's what the closed captions are for. They generally get it right. Generally. Cool. Paranoid Metroid has had a tantrum. We should see some crimes getting reported. Yep, looks like it. A whole bunch of people are reporting crimes, in fact. I don't think I've ever seen someone say hi to themselves in Twitch chat before. Are you okay? Because I did say hi to you. You know, as part of you resubbing for 39 months. But hi, Caldris. Also, chat, say hi, Caldris. Hold on, let me turn up the brightness on my monitor so I can hear you better. That'll just shine through your eyes. Hi, Orange. You know. Everyone is just welcoming themselves now. This is a very self-welcoming and self-accepting channel. We only accept ourselves here. Nobody else, just ourselves. Everybody else is unacceptable. The only one that can be accepted here is you, as a certain alleged rapper once said. And owner of Atari, Soulja Boy. That was a funny minute there where Soldier Boy thought that he bought Atari, but he actually just bought like $150,000 in Atari's cryptocurrency. It's like, I have a receipt and a contract. It's like, you're an idiot. That was a fun news week. It's like, no, you have a receipt saying that you are giving Atari a lot of money for shovelware. Today's been a hell of a day. Yeah. Hopefully not a terrible hell of a day. One must learn to accept themselves before they can learn to accept others. I doubt that, actually. I would actually say one must learn to accept others before they can learn to accept themselves. Also, due to popular request, by that I mean one person requesting it, there's now a room on the Halcyon Frequency Discord to talk about subjects discussed in the podcast. People want to do that. Well, I found your first problem. You use the 24-hour clock. That's your first problem. Makes everything seem more urgent. Like, in my brain, I mentally refer to the 24-hour clock as the anxiety hour clock because there's something about it. It's like 2,800 hours, or not 28. It's like 2,200 hours just sounds so much worse than like 10 p.m. "24-hour clock is life." There's only one place in my entire life that I've used a 24-hour clock, and that's McDonald's. So to me, it reads as anxiety, stress, and poor work conditions, and low pay. That's what the 24-hour clock means to me. I mean, that's fair. I mean, 10 p.m., 2,200. Which one has more syllables? I want to say the one with less syllables. It's always going to be the less syllables. I will always take less syllables in any situation involving syllables. The less mouth sounds I have to say a word, the better, as far as I'm concerned. See, I'm not a child, so alphabet soup is not really a concern for me. I'm also not an adult who's obsessed with enacting his childhood again. So, you know. It was on sale this week, and your point is what? You're being thrifty with your health? There's things that, so for me, there's things that it's worth saving money on. Food quality is not one of them. Because, like, you only get to feed yourself correctly once in your life. And if you start making, like, omittances to your own bodily health with cheaper foods, well, that's something that's really difficult to recover from. Apparently Blizzard just announced a new game. Interesting. No. But before looking it up, chat, guess what genre it is. without looking it up, when I say Blizzard is making a new game, what genre do you think it is? It's match 3, open world survival. An open world survival crafting game. In a new universe, apparently. They're hiring people. They're looking for artists, designers, and engineers if you want to work at Blizzard. Yeah, about that. Yeah, it's an open world survival crafting game in a new universe that's obviously in some sort of post-apocalyptic fantasy thing. Or like maybe some modern day fantasy thing. Interesting. You know, if Blizzard, like, announced a game that looked like The Long Dark, I would laugh so hard. Because Blizzard's building a Blizzard. Oy vey. Also, investments are open, heads up, chat. Well, I guess I have a new topic for my next podcast episode. You have no idea if Microsoft is a good thing or a bad thing for Blizzard? I think in the short term, Microsoft buying everybody's a good thing. In the long term, it's a nightmare. For the same reason that, like, in the short term, Netflix was brilliant. And Netflix still has its moments of being brilliant. But for the wider industry of film, Netflix is kind of a scourge. Nil Tongues Dumont is the liaison from the Mountain Homes. Has much to share, and we request cheese. Then we wish them go on their way. Wait, actually? In regards to being a good human being? I don't think I linked that, but here's a link. Does it actually? Like, control effing this page now. No, it doesn't. Click on any of the job positions? Oh, okay. Yeah, you're not wrong. If you're a passionate game developer and, well, a good human being, then we'd love to talk to you. Oh my god. They require you to be a good human being to get a job at Blizzard now. As if that wasn't a given to begin with! That's kind of whack, actually. That is kind of whack. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Till next time, Nil. Got, Paranoid continuing to fight. Trying to fight with the king. Doing a very poor job of it. One really good thing that you like about Microsoft at the moment is that they publish their games on almost every platform. Yeah, they're pretty platform agnostic, but that's just because they want Game Pass to be on all platforms. But Game Pass being a monopoly is kind of a nightmare, and it's almost a monopoly in that space already. So... Someone at Blizzard is deaf once it over and said, "You think we should asking people to be a decent fucking human being?" Unfortunately, I guess they have to. Well, get really excited for Blizzard making a AAA survival game, I guess. It's actually the survival of their studio. All right, so Aqua, aka Captain of the Guard, is just gonna go grab a snack. The bottom, we've worked hard to foster an intensely collaborative and creative environment, a diverse and inclusive employee culture, and a training and opportunities for professional growth. Our people are everything, our core values are real, and our mission has never changed. We are dedicated to creating the most epic entertainment experiences ever. Join us. Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? Those are the things that you have to write when hiring a person. Like, regardless of situation, that's what you need to do in order to hire people, right? Shrug. Doesn't make us any... Yeah, it is extremely ironic coming from Blizzard. This is true. I do completely agree with that. It is excessively ironic. But it's still the truth. Like, that's what you have to write. Is it also signed Kotick? God. You know, it's real funny because, like, you look at every single... You look at every single piece of official information coming out of Microsoft, and they say, we're keeping Kotick on. Yeah, we're going to be working close with Kotick. Yeah, we love Kotick. But then you look at anything coming out of the rumor mill, and it's just, yeah, fuck that guy. He's gone as soon as this shit's over. As soon as the buyout's done. It's like, it's so... straight down the middle of, like, them trying to just be diplomatic with Kotick, but at the same time, like, it's pretty easy to read between those lines. It's very fucking easy to read between those lines. Actually, it's probably not signed Kotick. It's probably signed hiring office that needs to come across as doing their best. That's probably what it is. Just remember, a couple of years ago, our friends over at Blizzard tried to make a StarCraft Battlefield game. They tried to do that. Like, the pitch document for that game looked like a Battlefield game. With control zones and Space Marines and everything. For a minute there, they were trying to do that. Microsoft can't exactly come out and say he's human trash and we're going to toss him to the hyenas because that would totally be amazing marketing for them. I mean, see, here's the thing. Publicly, if Microsoft came out and said, fuck Bobby Kotick, the public would love that. Like, the people? The investors would hate that. And unfortunately, people don't matter. Investors do, right? Like, let's see if I can find this quote. Oh, this is all from like a few days ago. This is what I'm looking for, yeah. So this is an article from November. Microsoft boss Phil Spencer tells staff that he's deeply troubled by Activision Blizzard. He actually kind of rips into them a little bit in this. Obviously, he's pretty diplomatic, but Phil Spencer does... I'm not going to say shred Microsoft, but certainly isn't... Phil Spencer isn't kind to Bobby Kotick in that interview. In the interview on Bloomberg that article is about. And it's really interesting because there's a quote out of the interview from Bloomberg where he says that currently they are rethinking their relationship with Activision in regards to Call of Duty and exclusives back then. Which back then basically just means... Or what we thought that to mean was maybe we won't work with them as much because of all of the problems. Turns out it meant that, yo, we're in talks to fucking buy them. Which, you know, people didn't think of back then. But turns out that's what actually he was talking about. But, yeah. Phil Spencer has referenced Bobby Kotick as being a problem a couple of times in the past. This is just... Now they have to be diplomatic because they're officially buying them. Can I go get a beating and 29 days in prison? Let's see how strong Aqua is. I think that's strong. Also, screw the hyenas. We should really just, like, put him in his spaceship and fire him straight at the moon. How's that sound? Solve a problem by buying it? I mean, realistically, it's solve a problem by... throwing more money than brains at it, and then also including, you know, just an extra $1 billion to solve out the actual fundamental problems at the studio, right? Also, how you doing, IDZ? How's things? Happy Tuesday. Happy Lazy Tuesday. Going to go chain Paranoid Metroid up. Who fortunately likes prison, so it benefits him more than it hurts him. Like job application or like license so that you can then go apply for jobs? Regardless, congrats. Hopefully it's quick. Lots of work in pharmacies right now. License? Gotcha. Well, best of luck. How long does the approval normally take? If you know. Unless the coins are heavy. Throwing money at things absolutely fixes problems. This is why, despite fans crying their hearts out, the Epic Games Store is still a thing that exists. Repentant while being confined. That's what we need to see. 1 to 3 months? Damn, that seems like a long time, actually. Like, you think that most of those approvals would happen while you are taking the classes, right? But hey, wait, what? Those things. It's less of a what direction, or less of a weight of the coin, and more of a what angle are you throwing the coin. Like, if you're just throwing a coin and it can, like, ricochet it in any direction, it's not going to do much damage. But if you can, like, keep it like a flat disc and fire it spinning, doesn't fucking matter how heavy the coin is. Also, wait, what? Hope you're doing well. I think I said hi to you twice, but consider that a double. you had on-the-job training, you need like 250 hours? And you can't do the application process while you're doing the on-the-job training? I don't know. To me, that just sounds very counterproductive. I have no idea what involves there. Why are we weaponizing coins? Because we're talking about Microsoft solving the problem of Blizzard by throwing $68.7 billion at it. Plus an extra billion or so to, you know, sort out the legal problems. That's what we're talking about. And Orange wants to throw pennies at Kotick. Yeah. You did a lot of work minus handling pills. Yeah, but like, are you not... Okay, so the way you've worded this is it sounds like you're not allowed to work while you're waiting for your license to get approved, which is what I'm trying to ask. Are you allowed to work while you're waiting for the license to get approved, or are you not allowed to work while you're waiting for the license to get approved? Because it reads like you're not allowed to work while you're waiting for the license to get approved, and that seems like a long time. Okay, so you just can't do certain tasks. I gotcha. Okay. That makes a lot more sense. Yeah, I misunderstood what you were saying. I read it as though in order to work at all, you needed that license, but you'd already done on-the-job practical training. I was like, that makes no sense. But no, that makes a lot more sense now. Well, good for you, Orange. I hope that continues to benefit your mood and day. All right. Let's make granite coffins. 100 of them. You went AFK after writing that? Yeah, I know. I was mostly just curious about like what that process is like, because I know nothing about any of that stuff. My older sister's a pharmacy tech, but she did only... I don't think she ever actually officially got her license. She works for like a small family-owned pharmacy, so... Not sure what kind of licensing she ended up getting. But all I know is that there's a lot of work doing that right now for pretty obvious reasons. Why did you get chained up? What? Oh, shit. Apparently I've had a violation export. That's not... That's suboptimal. Is it just the one? Yeah, looks like it was just the one violation export. Also, Paranoid Metroid has completely lost reality. And having never made an artifact, is going to die. That's unfortunate. What Rift might be saved here? Ooh, I can believe that would smell glorious. Wait, what? Making stock always smells glorious, kind of regardless of what kind of stock it is. I have some chicken bones in my freezer from quite a while ago that I need to boil up into a chicken stock. Yeah, not too much I can do about it though. Unless he snaps out of it, which apparently oh, he did. So maybe he could still recover, but I kind of see that as doubtful. I do still have a baby available if anybody would like it. Nobody was interested earlier. Anybody doesn't have a name right now and would like to be that baby? Open. You'll be the baby? Have you had a dwarf before in this fort? Because I can't remember. Too late. Sorry, IDZ. You can has next one if you like. Or you could take the parent. Yes, you'll have to tell the bad news about your daughter to Axon. She might still snap out of it. I wouldn't worry about it too much. So this is Malden, the dwarven baby, is 3 months old, born on the 21st of Hematite in the year 371. She is content when being near a waterfall and was interested after watching a performance. She personally is somewhat put off by trade and commerce and values good craftsmanship and finds romance distasteful. Dreams of creating a great work of art, finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. She has an active sense of humor, and she tries to do things correctly each time. And she likes a little excitement now and again. She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She is very humble. She isn't particularly curious about the world. She can handle stress, and she has a greedy streak. Both of those are good for this fort. And she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She occasionally overindulges and tends to reveal personal information. She can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and she tries to keep her things orderly. She blows out her breath when she is annoyed, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She is starting to work more slowly due to its scarcity. And she is personally put off by trade and commerce, values good craftsmanship, and finds romance distasteful. She likes siltstone, nickel, and kunzite, and the color white and buckets, and fire brutes for their bloated appearance. Whoa, you like fire demons. That's cool. The words of the number of glistening and the sound of the prim petal. And prefers to consume white spotted puffer and raspberry wine and 2-grain wheat seeds. Sounds like a military dwarf when she grows up. Potentially. Could be a spear captain. She'll definitely have to do something cool when she grows up regardless. Hey, Pi. How's things? Work is fun. It can be. Can also be insufferable. Depending on the day. And depending on the work. So, this is a very funny comment string on my YouTube channel here. This is on my video of impressions of Vampire Survivors. And this person says, I got an hour more to watch videos, and here's a 4-hour video. Please try to cut your video length. Me? Nah. Because, like, nah. They're live stream VODs. They don't need to be cut. And then this person, I have nothing to do all day. Could you please add a couple of hours to your videos? Sure. It's like, sorry, I'm not exactly trying to appeal to the short form content viewers. I'm definitely like, you know, put it on in the background, and if you don't have enough time, skip through it. That's fine. The duality of mankind. I know, right? It's just, it's just funny. It's like that. My short form content is not my forte, with the exception of the one YouTube short I did. I made one short once. I usually make YouTube longs. This time I made a YouTube short. You know, I'm very tempted to make a short out of that comment and just like read it out and be like, I only have an hour or so to watch videos every day. Could you please cut some time off of your videos? Followed by me going, nah. Here's the cut down version. Cut the 4 hours into four 1 hour. Oh, you want me to cut it into 4 1 hour videos? Nah, no reason to. Saw a guy made a 4 hour video on every hero in a 5-game video game series. Yep, I believe it. We live in an era of, well, I mean, I watched, okay, so for reference, I have zero interest in Dark Souls, right? Never will play those games, right? But I've seen the entirety of this video. Matthew Matosis' Dark Souls commentary. He plays through the entirety of the game during this commentary. It's the whole game and him commentating on every single piece of it. It's a 6.5 hour video about Dark Souls. And I've watched that whole video. Also, Matthew Matosis is wonderful. So if you've never seen a Matthew Matosis video and you've got 6 hours to spend on something, he's done a few of them. Like, he's done a few of those. He also has a Beautiful Joe commentary where he plays through the entirety of Beautiful Joe and commentates it. Allegedly, he's working on one for Wonderful 101. Allegedly. But yeah. Good road trip content, assuming you're not driving. Maybe if you're driving. He also does, he has one for Demon Souls as well, of him running through that whole game. All right, we're working on coffins. Mayor wants us to make another door. You know it. One day we'll get there. Evan. Should check out my Longdeath content. I mean, compared to some of my videos, that video is short. I don't know. Like as I've told people for ages, like I'm not really catering to an audience that wants short videos. If you want short videos, I have edited videos in the news playlists, and I have the interviews, which are reasonably short comparatively. If you want curated content, I have that. And if you want live stream VODs, I have that too. But I'm not going to, unless I make it to a point in my life where I can afford an editor to cut my 4-hour VODs down or 5-hour VODs down to 30 minutes to an hour. Unless I get to that point, which I don't see happening anytime soon. It's just not going to happen. Although, ironically, I do cut down some of the VODs. I don't put up entire streams at once. I usually put them up half a stream at a time. Longdeath is the only series now where I put the entire stream up as one episode. Like all the Songs of Six stuff, it's usually cut down by halves. I put them up 4 hours at a time instead of 6 hours at a time. But the Longdeath VODs I put up in one chunk. Because that's the way we've always done Longdeath, and that's the way I'm going to keep doing Longdeath, damn it. My YouTube channel is such a weird channel, though. YouTube hates long-form content like that. Yet somehow my YouTube channel is doing pretty well, so somebody must love it. And every time I do suggest the concept of maybe I'll cut the VODs down, enough people complain that it's like, no, that's just the audience that I attract. So I should cater to that. Keep doing that. YouTube wants watch hours. YouTube wants watch hours, but they don't want 5-hour videos. YouTube wants watch hours and they want 40-minute videos. Thing that I need to figure out is, what does Twitch want? Twitch wants you to play popular games that are recently releasing, which means Dwarf Fortress, could you please release so that you're the popular... Otherwise, I need to eat a shoe by the end of the year. That is a clip of me. I have stated that I will eat a shoe if Dwarf Fortress doesn't release this year. Actually, I think today we'll just be swapping off Dwarf Fortress a little earlier, just because of lack of traffic today. Long format is good. I think, personally, you're quite tired of things that are edited to fit into an ADHD mentality. I mean, the kind of audience that I'm trying to cater to on YouTube is one that pops it up into the background and then doesn't pay 100% attention to it. For the VODs, that's the audience that I'm going for. Like, you're not really supposed to... Like, for the live streams, it's nice, obviously, if you sit down and you chat and you interact and you take part and pay attention. But for the YouTube stuff, that's more like if you're lurking, that's kind of the format that it's best enjoyed as. Like, something where you just listen, right? Not something that you actively pay attention to. And I don't think that there's any issue with that. I think that people should feel totally fine just skipping. Like, if something in one of the VODs isn't interesting, or the conversation topic isn't interesting, like, skip ahead. Like, that's what it's for. It's one of my, and I've talked about this quite a few times, one of my biggest regrets from my early days of making content is I didn't archive it this way early on. I didn't. Because number one, I didn't think anybody would watch it. But primarily it was archiving takes time. It's not necessarily an easy thing to do quickly. So I've done it that way for a while now, because it's like, it's a efficient way for me to be able to archive my work. And there is, like, 2013 until 2019, a very large dead gap in the stuff that I created, because I barely archived any of it. I archived a bit of it for a while, and then I stopped, and then I went back to archiving it. So I'm just mad that I didn't do a better job with that. And I like to think I'm doing a better job of it now. I'm also doing a better job of just making content for other places. And I like to also think that I'm doing a good job, giving interesting stuff back to the Dwarf Fortress community, instead of just, like, sitting here leeching off of it. I like to think I'm actually giving enough back by, like, wrangling a toady one onto my stream once every couple months. Getting on more coffins, so I could place the rest of those. They started smoothing this stuff yet? Nope. I need to up the priority for them to do that. Krug Smash video is what it would look like. Like, literally, you are describing a Krug Smash video. Made up drama involving the lives of dwarves in your fort. Like, that literally is what Krug Smash does. And it works really well, like, but it's an exceptionally time-consuming format to put together. I mean, you could also go watch my Today in Dwarf Fortress videos, which were my lore videos that I did for a bit. Those literally were just VODs cut down into, like, 5 minutes. It's like a 5-hour VOD cut down into 5 minutes. I tried doing that. The problem was each one took me 6 hours and very few people actually watched them. Like, my most viewed one ever has, like, 3,000 views. Actually, no, 10,000 views is the most viewed one. But it took that one, like, a very long time. But they never really gained traffic in any meaningful way. So it just wasn't profitable or time useful. It wasn't worth the amount of time I had to put into making one of those videos to make them. It just wasn't worth the time because I would get so much less out of them than I put into them. Yeah, like, and I think the most ad revenue I ever got from one was, hold on, like, let's just find, like, financially. Yeah, I made 36 of them. And the most viewed, yeah, the most viewed one got 15,000 views just because it's got a really clickbaity title. And it made me like $16. But what happens when you dig too deep, which is the most viewed one, which has 15,000 views, is like 7 hours worth of work for that video. And it's been up since November 2019. And it's taken that long to make $15 in ad revenue. It's like, yeah, it's like as much as those videos were fun to make for a while, they very much became repetitive and are very much just like, oh, okay, I'm telling the same story over and over and over again to a degree. And that's just not fun for me. Like, I would much rather just cover news and interview Tarn and talk about the game rather than try and tell stories within the game. It just unfortunately didn't work. Not for me anyway. Maybe for other people. That someone consumes in 10 minutes? Absolutely. You know, like, it takes me like about 10 hours to put together an interview with Tarn Adams. And so many more people get stuff out of that. Of course, it's always hard to judge, but think about it this way, right? You spend 40 hours in a week doing a job, right? Those 40 hours that week to do that job, you don't get paid for it. But there's like a 5% chance you will get paid triple what you would have made normally in that week in 6 years. Is that relevant, and does that matter to you right now? Because that's kind of what that is, right? Like, there is a very small chance one of those videos could blow up in 6 years, or in 2 years, or in a year when Dwarf Fortress comes out. Doesn't matter to me then, doesn't matter to me right now. Not helpful. There are other things I could be doing right now that are more helpful to me currently and will be more helpful in the future than continuing to make a format of content that isn't doing well at the time that you're making it. Right? I always get super frustrated with people when they tell me, they're like, oh, this is evergreen content. Sure. But it hasn't been even remotely successful thus far. So it might be evergreen content that'll still be entertaining to people in 10 years. But I can make other formats of evergreen content that are green now as well as green in the future. Like Longdeath, right? To me, Longdeath is significantly more worth my time than editing those short videos, because people are watching them, the VODs, and people are watching through them. People are trying to catch up. People listen to it as background noise, and it gets significantly more views and significantly more watch time and more subscribers overall than the other series. And just on a demand per hour basis, like, as an example, in my week right now, I could either dedicate the 6 hours to making Today in Dwarf Fortress videos, or I could dedicate the 6 hours to making an episode of the Halcyon Frequency podcast, which I believe has a better possible future. Right? So it's like, pick your fight, make the thing that you think will be the most successful in the long term. And I think that there's a chance that one of those videos could explode and get a ton of views, and it'll be worth it later, but I don't think continuing to make that format of video works for me, period. That's just so much work. Especially considering, like, after 30-something of them, I was genuinely just telling the same story over and over. Like, I'm not that good of a storyteller, I don't think. I'm not sure what you mean by that's the hook with streaming. Wait, what? Not sure what you mean by that sentence. Okay, so they did deal with that dwarf's body. That's good. All right, let's just continue dumping stuff. Man, people apparently don't like the airports DLC. People do not like that City Skylines Airport DLC at all. Yeah, they just put out an airport DLC this morning. As well as like 2 map packs and a radio station. We're guessing there's a constant balance between making the content you want to make, but also keeping an eye on what's doing well today, especially for you, as you don't tend to follow the trends. I mean, I follow trends. I just don't necessarily participate with them on Twitch, right? Like, I know what's popular. It's just very rare that what's popular is interesting enough to me that I want to take part, right? Like, right now, Expeditions Rome is real popular, partially because it has drops. I've watched enough content of that game that I know that I don't want to play that game. I've got kind of no interest in it. It's not the type of game I want to stream. But I'm sure that that game is great. Zetsuki has given birth to a girl. They've got another, I think IDZ wanted a kid. Hold on. See how many dwarves IDZ has had before, because I can't remember. 2. So this will be the third one. Literally IDZ the third. Yeah, it's not a game that I want to play. I don't actually agree with what you're saying though. Wait, what? You saying that I don't tend to follow the trends. It's not that I don't follow trends. It's I have a niche. And I think that there's a difference between not following trends and having a niche. IDZ the third says Daga, and she is the daughter of Zetsuki and Kobe. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. She has a very deep voice, and her nose bridge is concave. Her small lobed ears are extraordinarily broad, and her head is broad. Her hair is neatly combed, and her cobalt eyes are slightly sunken. Her hair is ecru, and her skin is sandy taupe. She personally sees denial of impulses as vain and foolish, and sees the pursuit and as a very foolish pursuit, and has a deep respect for animals, plants, and the natural world, and values tranquility and a peaceful day. You know, I would kind of like to play the Forgotten City. That game looks neat. But I don't blame you for being roamed out on that theme. Well, see, here's the thing, right? I realize and acknowledge something that a lot of content creators don't, right? Which is there's more than one audience in the world. The vast majority of people on Twitch are all fighting over portions of one of 2 audiences. Mainstream indie games, well, actually one of 3 audiences. Mainstream indie games, when I say mainstream indie, I mean like the high-end indie, like your Devolver, your Raw Furies, your major independent publishers, right? Or like in some cases like Devolver not actually being an indie publisher anymore, the fact that they're publicly traded means they're not even indie anymore. So like high-end indie to AA, right, is kind of a category. I'd say Paradox fits in there too. Then there's mainstream, which is just like your main AAA releases. So anything that Sony puts out, anything that Microsoft first party puts out, and any of the big multiplayer shooters, and then just multiplayer competitive games. Those are like your 3 main markets. I'm not competing in any of those markets, really. But I don't think that that doesn't mean that I don't know what's going on Twitch. Just because I'm not fighting for one of the main 3 audiences, I just realize that there are more people out there than those main 3 audiences. A lot of people look at those 3 audiences, pick one of 3, and go for it because those are the biggest audiences, which is absolutely true. Absolutely true. And that is also the easiest way to be super successful financially, is pick the biggest audience that you are willing to go for and go for it. I don't care about that. I don't think that that's got anything to do with the type of content that I create. For me, what matters is what's sustainable for me to create, right? And currently what's proven to be sustainable is playing games that I know my audience is interested in, 1. Creating enough content for the YouTube channel that the YouTube channel maintains interest in me, which is like news about Dwarf Fortress and interviews, 2. And then just creating content that I find entertaining, which is the most important. But be sure to avoid all spoilers. Too late, because the internet exists. It's impossible for me to avoid all spoilers unless I play a game the day it comes out, which I almost never do, so. I don't think I've ever played a story game like that without being spoiled on some shit, and that plenty of stuff's been spoiled on that game for me already. Not even, like, actively seeking it out. It's just like, everybody's like, avoid all spoilers for The Outer Wilds. It's like, well, I know every single major spoiler for that. And not because, like, I've tried or seeked out the spoilers. They've just popped up. Just in other people's discussions. I like the Netflix, or not Netflix, the no-clip video about it, though. It's an entertaining little video. That actually had minimal spoilers in it. In one way, DF can't have spoilers because you don't know what story will be generated. Well, I mean, with DF, many people would vastly disagree with that, but I do agree that it's kind of hard for Dwarf Fortress to have spoilers. I don't think that the spoilers for Dwarf Fortress are relevant because if you've seen... What's the name of that game? If you've seen the intro, then you've already been spoiled. If you put 2 and 2 together in your brain. Or if you've seen Lord of the Rings, then you're already spoiled. Because Dwarf Fortress, you'll just at some point have to shout, unironically, you shall not pass. And if you think about that sentence for a minute, hey! Being put in prison. Fix this, dwarf. How about, paranoid. Still fucked. Okay. Not dead, but fucked. How much longer are you getting in prison? 13 days? Oh, that's not too bad. Orith, not Aerith. Demons, brutes, satans. That's the spoiler that people are weirdly sensitive about. Specifically, how to find them by digging through adamantine spires. That's the spoiler that everybody's sensitive about with DF. Which perplexes me, because, like, Dwarf Fortress is so much more fun if you know how to find those characters instead of just like, oh no, I just lost like weeks of work because I didn't know that this was the spoiler. Like, I've encountered people, or I had one person specifically mention that they stopped playing Dwarf Fortress because they were digging away at adamantine and discovered, you know, hell, and all of their dwarves died. And they stopped playing because they'd spent months, weeks working on that one fortress for it all to be destroyed in a couple of minutes because they weren't expecting it. And that sucks. That's not fun. So I'm not even remotely sensitive over that. Spoiler because of that. I think that it's important that people should just simply know what lies down there and how to find it, because then suddenly you have significantly more like ability to tweak the or contort the game into doing what you want it to do, because that's the fun of Dwarf Fortress. It's getting good enough at Dwarf Fortress that you don't have to obey the game's rules and you can just make it tell the story that you want it to tell. That's when Dwarf Fortress gets fun, truly. 1 pick, 2 crutches, 3 doors. Lock door, 3 pick. That's fun, right? Yes. Absolutely, that's fun. Yeah, to me, like, spoiling in DF, the only people who can spoil things in DF is you spoiling it for yourself, and that's if you use DF hack to, like, tell you where to find materials. That's spoiling DF for yourself. But the only person who can do that is you yourself, so that's fine. If people want to spoil a game for themselves or a thing for themselves, that's absolutely acceptable in my opinion. So, but that's kind of my take, because I don't really think it's possible to spoil Dwarf Fortress for somebody else. All right, we are finally working through putting all of the boulders away, so that's good. Really hoping that that'll bring a few more dwarves down. Spoil us? I can't afford to do that. Wave depletion. Sorry. I need to get a Veronica Salt emote and just make it as crypt spoiled. Alright, so we're making all of these coffins actually usable. Okay, they are. Most of them are. Half of them are. Here. I feel like I'm just going to like knock a hole in the back of this one, just for convenience sake, so they can just walk. Well, actually no, it's longer for them to walk around it. It's fine. Unicorn full's been slaughtered. Coffee number 2 time. A good time when it's coffee number 2 time. Also, we're up to 39 dwarves in the fort. This is real good. I can't remember the last time Longdeath hit 40. Like, we did lose 1 dwarf, but we've still gone up 2 today. Investments are open. Heads up, chat. But yeah, I try my, in regards to like paying attention to trends, I guess kind of I have been playing one trendy game recently because I've played some Vampire Survivors and I'm probably going to play more of that tonight. And I've also been playing some Project Zomboid on that multiplayer server, but like I pay attention to trends that are relevant to me and the games that the people who watch me like. And generally I think I do a pretty good job of that. However, that being said, if you think that I missed a game, or like you think that there's a game that I should be playing, I'm also always open to like ideas. It's like if there's a game out there that you're like, man, Blind missed out on this one, you should tell me. And maybe that's Expeditions Rome right now, but I just no interest in the theme, and I don't feel like streaming a CRPG. So also games that use drops as marketing are automatically less interesting to me because I kind of hate drops as marketing. I think it's one of the shittiest examples of marketing, or shittiest examples of a way to market your game that you could possibly come up with. I vehemently dislike it. So there is that. If I didn't hate that style of advertising a game so much, maybe I'd be more accepting of it. It's such crappy marketing. Darren, your child made a wooden scepter today, so congrats. Also, starting day after tomorrow, we're going to have 56th month resubs. That's terrifying. All right, so you're trying to attend a meeting, which is getting released, most likely, I would assume. You want to practice some martial art? Sure. Put you into the main squad. Give them some training for a little bit. See what Oswix can do as a brand new military dwarf. Damn. Not a bad payout there, Diamond. But one final thing I will say about me and my niches is I think that outside of like the occasional really slow day like today, I mean, I even like financially today has been fine, but thanks to some very kind people out there. But even on statistically slow days like today, realistically, me sticking to my niche is doing just fine. Like I can live within my means, and we make enough. I don't really need to change too much, unless there suddenly starts being a drastic downturn in the amount of traffic I get. In general, we're doing fine. And if we could get the podcast to a point where it starts gaining its own audience, then honestly, like, we're fine over here. Which is kind of, I think, the best possible place to be. Like, if I had to choose a place to be, it's probably about where I am right now. Maybe about where I am right now, but like double the numbers on my stream. Like, if I could be like a 80 to 90 to like 150 concurrent viewer channel instead of like 40, 50 to 70, that's about where I need to be, realistically. Which I think is achievable with the release of DF. Because then suddenly if I need to take sponsorships or something, or if money gets tight, then I can actually pay it off. Right now I kind of can't. I don't need a cool $1 million. Maybe like $40,000 a year would be nice. Because that would be about double what I make right now. All right. But that at this point would be like a pie in the sky dream. Hey, squad. What is up? Finish any cool games recently? I know that you're still grinding at Everhood. Nar? Sad. Just that uncool game. Which I found. I found a free 2D platformer that's 100%able in 30 minutes that I linked to Squug, and I think he beat it. I mean, I did, so Squug probably did. It was fine. It's fine. This is the game I'm referring to, Cave Crawler. This game felt like a school project. It's a very, very, very simple, like 25-minute long platformer with a I don't know, relatively catchy music. 9 minutes. How long did I play it for? 24 minutes. So, also I can uninstall that. Probably less. If there wasn't any acceleration, I probably would have beaten it in 10. Although I was cooking while I was playing it, so I did get up to like stir the pasta a couple of times. Not saying that particularly slowed me down, but it did slow things down a little bit. Also, double what? Because you're a floating double? Double what? Just double? Double in general? Don't think too far into those statements. Sometimes they can, like, explain your general mood. That's about it. Some people think you want to be sat on. I mean, who doesn't? But also, you kind of walk into that one. Also, isn't that like just a meme in general right now? It's like, I swear I've seen like more and more and more and more and more people joking about face sitting as of late. Well then, is this like one of those? This is an odd conversation to enter the chat room on sideways. Is it one of those? Very much so. Squug stated that he states sometimes that he's a floating throne, and he says that people mistakenly assume that means that he wants to be sat on. And then I just responded with who doesn't? And he responded with true. So, like, who doesn't? I think there's weirder conversations you could enter my stream on, frankly. Certainly not the weirdest one we've had today. Actually, maybe today. Nothing to do with getting sit on, but that new season of Ozark was pretty good. Looking forward to the next one. Because literally yesterday, I did some organizational work, went grocery shopping, bought groceries, went for a walk, and then watched all of a season of Ozark. All 7 episodes. I spent 7 hours yesterday watching Ozark. Good show. Does it? No, actually, I don't think so. One guy gets his dick shot off in one season, though. It's a good show. I recommend it. If you just like crime dramas, Ozark is probably the best one on TV right now. And by on TV, I mean obviously on Netflix. Not actually on TV. Well, at least they're damn close to finishing up those coffins. One pick and one crutch. Evening Stone. Binged all of the old seasons just before Christmas. It's a good time to do it too, because it's been a long fucking wait. Like, it's the season that just came out was delayed by like a year and a half, 2 years. It's been a long time. It's been a long time since season 3. It's just, it's the best kind of crime show. It's a slow-moving family drama that just happens to have murder and crime in the middle of it. And some of the most psychotic rednecks I've ever seen in a TV show in a long time. But like believably psychotic, not just like, whoa, they're evil and kind of funny. No, it's like malicious and psychotic in kind of the best way. It's just a really good crime show. Like, they're believable psychotic instead of just psychotic. It's good for the same reason Breaking Bad was good. Believable psychotic. It was actually like a while ago, like, I want to say 2019. I was looking for a show that was like Breaking Bad that wasn't Breaking Bad, and everybody recommended Ozark. So, I watched it for that reason. Yeah, it filled that void. I like Jason Bateman because he is very good at being an extremely serious character, but also being kind of weirdly, awkwardly hilarious at the same time to make it feel like a less dark show. Like, that show is foreboding and dark in a way that is, like, even more so than most family crime dramas. Like, it is dark, right? But he manages to, like, make it not feel so dark, if you know what I mean. I don't know if I'm describing that well at all, but Jason Bateman does a really good job making his character just entertaining. He's just like trying to be a good dad and also like laundering a lot of money for the cartel. It's just like, he's just trying so hard. Seen the first season and a bit of 2 of Ozark. You need to see it, but you also see that the new season got dropped yesterday. Yeah, got dropped yet 2 days ago, and I've already finished it. So, although it's season 4, part 1, because pandemic. So it's only 7 episodes of the season. I'm really hoping that the next season has more than just like the remainder of the 10. But I don't know when part 2's coming out either, so. Who's my manager? Diamond Destruct? Okay, and Diamond Destruct is in that squad. Okay, so in order to get management done, I have to turn off that. I mean, it gets less comedic as the show goes on. It very much becomes very much a serious crime drama. But there's always, like, moments that are just kind of funny. And, like, they managed to, like, Ruth is a ridiculously well put together character. Like Jason Bateman's the star of the show, but, like, the thing that's kind of kept me sticking to the show from end to end is Ruth. Feeling too long? That's pretty standard, though. Like, 1 hour for a TV show is, like, very standard. Although, like satellite TV is generally 45 minutes because 15 minutes of those commercials are ads usually. But on Netflix, it's just you get the extra 15 minutes. Yep. I don't know if you've seen the end of the current season, but no spoilers, but she's about to go kind of nuts, I think. Or going kind of nuts. A lot of balls get dropped at the very end of the current season. Looking forward to it. I don't know if this is supposed to be the final season, but it feels like it probably is. Placing more coffins, as you do. But yeah, I don't want to accidentally spoil anything about Ozark, but chat, go watch Ozark. It's a good show. What a great show, even. Do I think Putin will invade Ukraine? You're asking a Canadian that question? As if I would have, like, a nuanced take on that. Ask Cutest Ghost or somebody from Russia or from Ukraine. Also, this conversation went from 0 to 11. We went from talking about Ozark to, do you think Putin will invade Ukraine? It's like, kind of, yeah, exactly. Sideways. It's like, he's going to do exactly what he's going to do, and I have no idea what that is, and nor do I have any say or control. Putin is going to do exactly what he wants to do when he wants to do it. Nothing else. He'll let his army do it? That's funny. Putin won't invade Ukraine. He'll make other people do it for him. Of course. I mean, that's true. Not saying that we necessarily will. We'll just, like, probably attempt to more than other people will. You know, honestly, the question isn't, will Putin invade Ukraine? He has been invading Ukraine for a while now. So, that's my actual take. It's like, technically, no, he hasn't. But, yeah, he's been invading Ukraine for a while now. That's at my actual take. Jokes aside. He already has been. And I don't think he should be permitted to have any position of power in any country anywhere in the world, but that's not the reality we live in, so he has lots of power. Well, you thought that they were more into subversion these days? When it comes to taking over countries, Russia is several decades behind. The rest of the planet has realized that the best way to take over a country is you control the marketplace and isolate yourself from their marketplace and make them depend on your marketplace. That is what China has realized, which is why China is slowly gaining world dominance, whereas Russia seems to think that the best way to take over the world is you bring tanks and you shoot people. Turns out that's not the best way to take over a country. But Putin will need to start World War III to realize that. China does it too, but they do it in a, I don't want to say less explosive way. They do it in a more incognito way. Like, China will roll in and exterminate an entire population, but they'll do it quietly. Russia walks in with trumpets and tanks and announces to the planet, "We invading you! Hoorah!" Which isn't the best way to take over a country in the current year. If you want to take over a country, just take over their economy and walk away laughing all the way to the bank. Yeah, they don't care about financial borders. China cares about financial control. Basically, Russia's into BDSM, Cutest Ghost. They want to tie you up and take control. Whereas China is into financial dominance, where they just want to control all of your spending. There's a difference there, but it's a fine line. Yeah, Russia's into face sitting, and China's just into financial dominance. There you go. And that's why Russia's going to face sit on Ukraine, and China's just going to buy the rest of us out of economy. Business hostile takeover. What does that make the Roman Catholic Church? Antiquated and irrelevant? What do you think it makes them? Christ. All of the hot takes today. Ugh. Like I said, antiquated and irrelevant. Take it. Absolutely. Burn the economy down. Refuse to work. And then they'll be like, we don't know what to do with you, useless, lazy, fat, white bastards. As a person who watched 3 hours of 50 Shades of Grey reviews says that I can say that you are confusing abusive relationships and BDSM. No, I'm not confusing abusive relationships and BDSM. I never stated that in this allegory that I was describing, both parties weren't consenting. I'm just stating that that's what they're into. Sure, that's another take that you could have, absolutely. But I just want you to be clear that I'm not confusing abusive relationships. Yes, and 50 Shades of Grey is genuinely disgusting. I'm trying to keep this very serious topic light. and fluffy because it's more entertaining for me and I don't feel like talking about potential World War III. Absolutely, that's what 50 Shades of Grey is about. Well, actually, 50 Shades of Grey is just a poorly written relationship, which ends up being about an abusive relationship, thinking that it's about a healthy relationship, but it's actually about an abusive relationship. And there are plenty of situations where a healthy adult relationship could become an abusive relationship without proper communication. When there's plenty of consent involved and everybody's operating under a level where they're comfortable, then it's fine. The issue is when there isn't consent. In my example, I never stated that there wasn't consent, but Cutest is, obviously got a more nuanced opinion than I do, because I'm not from the area being invaded, nor have I been anywhere close to there in my entire life. All I have is articles and anecdotes. So what do I actually know? Very little. That's the reality. As I've said before in this chat, be like, 50 Shades of Grey is a Twilight fan fiction that went viral and got the names changed. Of course it's poorly written. It's fan fiction for a poorly written book about an abusive relationship. So obviously it's going to continue with the same problems. No, it didn't. Wait, what? No, it didn't. You don't need to dig that deep into the stories about that book to figure out the issues with it. It's also saying China is into abusive relationships would be, however accurate, not very good at injuring a you mean conjuring a funny? Yeah, conjuring a funny image. Yeah, absolutely. I was trying to be amusing, but it backfired. You didn't know about the Twilight connection? I'm sad that I know about the Twilight connection. That's one of those pieces of random trivia that I just have at the front of my brain, which upsets me. That 50 Shades of Grey was Twilight fan fiction. It's what happens when you live with a lady who's into books for a very long time. The day that Russia realizes... Cutest. The day that Russia realizes that they are very, very similar to the States will be the best day for our species in recent history. And the reason I say that is because culturally, individuals living in the States and living in Russia are very, very similar. They have very similar ideals, and they want very similar things. The problem is the approach is completely different. Once they can find a middle ground, we'll be in so much of a better space. The problem is the leadership of both of those countries don't want to find middle ground right now because they're both being run by outdated, irrelevant, out of touch, kind of racist, old white men. And once we get past that, society will have leaps and bounds of improvement. Till then, we're fucked. So keep twiddling your thumbs. And what, you mean like Canada? We're not too dissimilar. Freedom Convoy? Oh, you mean like the Kelowna Twits? Is that what we're talking about? Fun fact, When they paraded through my part of town, I had to close my window because I could hear them from my apartment. Freedom convoy. Yeah. They're spreading the good words of the lies of the coronavirus. I am referencing way too many local Vancouver memes right now. There's the biggest Canadian anti-vaxxing protest that traveled around ever. And I'm going to link this in my chat once. And then not again. Have fun falling down that Canadian rabbit hole. Oh no, indeed. Good luck. I got caught in the sun again. I accept this. I like that. You're a good dwarf. 3 picks. 1 more door. I think I'm good. Cheers. Yeah, just name. Like I said, be brave if you click that link. It's safe for work. It's just like information on the crappy people in Canada, but that's what's referencing? The Freedom Convoy. Needless to say, you don't talk to them. I like my neighbors. They seem cool. They have a cute dog. My other neighbors also have a cute dog. And then I have a cute neighbor who lives across from me. But I don't generally talk to them either. Generally just kind of pretend that they don't exist. Although, I was trying to sleep last night, and I had my window open, and I had to close it because somebody on the upper floor, I'm not sure who, was just coughing nonstop. I'm like, well, someone's got Omicron up there. Literally just like nonstop spluttering. Something has collapsed on the surface? Excuse me? That's concerning. Oh, fuck. Well, I left the water running again. And it punched a hole in my tavern. Didn't kill anybody, so that's good. I don't really like any of those people. Or a harsh bong rip. Doubtful. In regards to the harsh bong rip comment. I hate when I leave water on and it punches a hole in your wall. I left the water running in the tap. Well, I mean, this is less of a leaving water running and it punches a hole in your wall, and more of like leaving your water running and it freezes in your pipes and splits your pipes and you have to fix them in the spring, because that's basically what's just happened. Is I left the fountain running, and so it's gonna all melt soon, and hopefully not like knock too many holes in floors. But yeah, if you want to see the people that are organizing those anti-vaxxer rallies, that's what that letter is. It's literally just a pointing the finger at that. And it's just like, oh boy. Seeing those people is just fun. Fortunately, though, I can scroll down that list and be like, I don't know any of these people, so that's good. Someone has coined the term, I don't want to say that out loud on Reddit. Those clever blast bastards. Well, typical white people, they want to turn every single thing that happens in the world that could be considered any format of crisis, and they want to make it all about how white people are better than everybody else, apparently. White people, persistent, stupid, and uncreative. You guys are going to get my YouTube channel demonetized, by the way. Making me talk about all this shit. I mean, I willingly talk about it. I'm not going to kid myself, but... Well, pink, purple, red, generally. Omicron sucks. You just wish those people would get vaccinated already so that we can have less COVID. Yeah, it would be great. The one thing that I agree with those protesters on is the regulations do in fact suck. Unfortunately, they're necessary. So it's like, as much as I agree with those people, they're like, wearing masks sucks. Getting vaccinated sucks. It does. I know. But that's why I've like bit the bullet and done it like an adult. You're totally with me as a white person. It's actually kind of hilarious because like Twitch streamer Hassan got banned for stating got banned from Twitch for 7 days for stating a racial slur that goes after white people. What's hilarious is like 3 months before he got banned for that, I had a discussion with chat about whether or not that is a like legitimate slur. Because I used to get called that all the time when I worked in restaurants by a lot of non-white people. You can go just look up what he said if you want, or the word he used. Not too hard to find it. Ritz makes them quite frequently. Specifically like the cheese ones. So, I just don't want to say that word because apparently you get banned for it now. Getting banned on Twitch is suboptimal to my, like, you know, income goals. Yeah, they are tasty. Exactly. Yes, the regulations do suck. And we'd be done by now if you weren't such a shithead. It's just like the guy that I bought that boombox from. It's like I bought this nice boombox from this guy off Craigslist. And, like, you know, we did the deal out in the parking lot, so it was fine. I brought it inside, tested it, and went back out and paid him. As he was leaving, he asked if I had any plans for the day, like just making small talk while I was counting 20s. And I said, oh, nothing. He goes, oh, I'm going to protest down at City Hall. I'm like, oh, what for? And he's just like, well, there's the protest for the mandatory vaccines. I was like, oh, okay, fair enough. Best of luck. Stays healthy. And he goes, and then he like continues talking to me, and he's just like, see, I personally am vaccinated, and I'm not against vaccinations, and I plan to get my booster when they're available. I'm just pro-choice as to whether or not you can get vaccinated. And I bit my tongue and didn't say a word because I was just sitting there going, that is one of the stupidest fucking takes I've heard in a while. It's like, all right, maybe if you have like a medical exemption or an allergy, but outside of that, that is the only legitimate reason to not get it. Outside of that, there is no legitimate reason to not get it. Anyway, chat, I blame you. You got me on this subject. Talking about that twat again? It wasn't much of a twat. It more just perplexing. More just perplexing. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. It's like, I don't think that's what that means, but... I mean, my best friend is kind of like that, Prana. But fortunately, usually what happens is the second something or a regulation or a limitation gets in the way of him going to go see metal shows, he goes and does the thing. Like, he was talking about how he wasn't going to get vaccinated. He was pretty adamant that he wasn't going to get vaccinated. And then there was the slight chance that concerts were going to start happening again, and he was double vaccinated in 2 weeks. Like, he literally went and got his first vaccination, and then a month and a half later got the second one. Just to go to concerts. And then, like, now he's saying he's not gonna get his booster, and I'm like, all right, well, wait until they require boosters for concerts. He goes, shut up, they're not gonna do that. I'm like, you want to bet? So, like the idea of everyone having a choice as long as they also choose to get it. Absolutely, as long as they only make the right one. You're a liberal. It's just some of your liberal friends like that are like that. I'm a fucking socialist, so I believe in things that are unpopular for some, but that's okay. I don't pretend to be right about everything. Humans have arrived. Doesn't look like we've lost any dwarves. Humans were a mistake. Well, they've just arrived, so. But we're on the 1st of Granite in the year 372, early spring. You just don't want to be told what to do? I mean, I don't like being told what to do. But if it's logical, I'll obey. Like, you know, it's just like, if someone tells me to, like, do something stupid, I'm not going to do the stupid thing. But if you are like, yo, do this so that you don't get sick. Yeah, there's some logic to that. I think it, like, just depends on what the ask is, primarily. If the ask is logical, then yeah, fuck it. Yeah, absolutely. What Orange said, it's like, you don't want to get vaccinated? Okay, the only thing you're permitted to do for the rest of your life is sit on your sofa and watch Seinfeld. Like, literally, that's the only thing that you're permitted to do with your life. You know, there was a post on the Greater Vancouver subreddit after, like, that protest that, what was commenting on happened 2 days ago. And it was literally just, they should have charged money for the vaccines. Because if they charged money for the vaccines, everybody would be vaccinated already. They should have charged money and said, you can't have this unless you pay us $1,000 for the first, like, 3 weeks, and then made them free, and then everybody would have gotten them. Everybody would have. But, you know, just a little bit of reverse psychology. But it's too late now, unfortunately. A group of active answers, a slight cough would be chemical warfare. Yeah, well. I saw a screenshot last night of some... the Tinder subreddit is a nightmare, but also kind of hilarious at times. Stone, we've got a tribute. Heads up. Let me know when you got it, or if you want me to screenshot it. For politicians and TV personalities and people of importance to society. Please check back later. There's a... Where was I going with this? There was a post last, or maybe this morning even, on last night / this morning, on Tinder, the subreddit, of somebody who was refusing to meet up with somebody because they were vaccinated, claiming that man sleeping with woman when man has been vaccinated can make the woman sterile. Because apparently that's the thing people think now. Anyway. Hold on, let me see if I can find that the post. Because it is pretty fucking funny. Exactly. did it go? I'm literally just looking for this post from yesterday. Can't find it so far. It was from last night, which means it'll be hard to find because it's a very busy subreddit. Yeah. Nope. Can't find it. Maybe it got deleted. Oh well. Feel like that statement would make more guys want to sleep with un. Wow, that's a direction to go with that statement, Orange. The best joke was the anti-vaxxers were starting to wear masks to protect themselves from the vaccine. That could be propagated by air. Sure. The person thinking that they might be sterile might be a positive. Yeah, maybe. Man, if we had airborne vaccines, imagine how much more efficient we'd be at, like, getting rid of viruses. They should. Sideways. I was joking about that at the beginning of 2020. It's like they should put the fucking vaccines in the ocean. Also, chemtrail vaccinations. That's the funniest sentence I've seen in a while. That's funny. There are some people who will give their pets vaccines, but not their children, SMH. Well, I mean, pets don't matter. Come on. I don't know. People are fucking ass backwards on a good day, generally. But my parents insist that we've all been here before. That there's been points in history where people are just as divided and pissed. My parents always like to cite the Cold War. The difference here is nobody's at war with anybody. It's just people at war with their own stupidity. Like, it's not like one country trying to invade another. Unless, like, you want to consider it like a Cold War between Western powers and China. It's just so different than before. No, I know what you mean, Dragman. I know what you mean. Most of this chat has the same kind of humor, B-Log, because if you didn't have the same kind of humor as the rest of chat, you'd hate this stream. It's like there's two ways that you can go with this stream generally. It's either like you like the humor, or you want to just shoot your foot off. It's one of the two. Wow, you just compared your country to Nazi Germany? That's a cut. I'm so sorry, cutest. Generally they don't get banned. They often just kind of leave. Vlog. Usually that's what happens, is I offend them and then they leave. God, that's an awful emote, cutest. Such a fucking bad emote. There's so much pain in that emote. It is awful. You love it? Yes, fair. Chat, I'm going to say a couple of video game tags, and I want you to tell me if this is going to be successful. Early access VR MMORPG. Do you think that could possibly succeed? Because I don't see it. The elves have arrived to trade. You know, a vegan who is heavy against animal testing of any sort, and I just smile and nod knowing that they are a hypocrite because first off, their pet is vaccinated for worms, and second, he's a type 1 diabetic who, when I asked him how they discovered insulin, he had absolutely no idea. I mean, I am a weekday vegan who is heavily against animal testing. But like, I'm heavily against animal testing in that I'm mildly disturbed when I hear about scientists like breaking the spinal cords of mice to see if they could repair their spines. But on the flip side, like, I'm totally okay with giving mice ketamine. So, you know. Science can be brutal and it sucks, and I wish that we had better ways of doing science, but we really don't. Like, there is unfortunately no better option. And we spilled water everywhere, which means I have a lot of water cleanup to do tomorrow. That's what happens when I forget to turn off the water towards the end of the season, is I get a flooded tavern, but it's fine. We'll fix it. There's just mud everywhere now that I get to fix. I realize I jumped subjects pretty quickly. But also, yes, that's kind of the same for me in animal testing. It really depends on like what they're doing and what they're actually getting out of it. Although, to the scientist who learned that hamsters can drink 1.5 liters of Everclear per day and be totally fine, you are a god. Please keep doing the best work. How you doing, audio? How's things? Really? A game that's releasing into early access in February 2017? What game is that? Which is fantastic. Wait, what? Working nights? Boo. So you need to try to sleep, but you can't, so help. Have a warm shower, make a cup of tea, drink the cup of tea, and then try and sleep again. You could look into your ignore list. Don't bother. Don't bother. Decaf tea. Yeah, absolutely. I usually go for chamomile. Chamomile, generally. Or decaf Earl Grey. Well, then, if you can't do tea, hot water. Warm liquid. Warm liquid make you sleepy. This is a fact. Warm milk would work, yeah. Hot water with a dash of lemon juice. Quite a few options. Any warm liquid will do. If you don't like tea, then get better taste. But also, hot water would work. We're just Diamond. We're removing you from the military squad. You're good at your job, but we need you to just be manager. But yeah, hot water. Hot water. Hot water maybe with a little bit of flavor. You need flavor. Tea is just the easiest to recommend because it's an easy way to have a hot beverage. Hot chocolate would work too if that's more your style. Maybe they meant February 2027 and it was a typo. I doubt it. I definitely stumbled on a game the other day that's had a release date for 2019. Can I just say that this is the most fucking modern-ass video game name I've seen in a while? The Demon Lord is new in town. It's such a fucking stupid name for a video game. I think it's probably a titty-based RPG, but it's just seeing that name for a game over the popular upcoming releases over the past week has just been funny to me. 7 p.m. to 5 a.m. shift? Jeez, man. Yeah, definitely try and get some sleep. Try and get some sleep. You're just going to suffer tonight a bit? I mean, is this your first night shift in the transition? Because the first one always sucks. First one always sucks. Or walks so slowly. No. But when I say titty-based RPG, I mean it's a anime-themed RPG Maker game that probably has a porn patch. And there is so many of them. Like, thousands of them. Like, very low effort JRPG style RPGs that you can probably fuck the main character or watch the main character get fucked. Quite literally. And you know, if that's what you're into, there's a lot of them, and a lot of them are cheap. They're everywhere on mobile too? Yeah. Does anybody remember Evany? The game Evany, like the browser game Evany? Specifically because of the ads that they used to have? Well, I thought it was on Steam. You do not remember? It was the play the game, my lord ads that used to pop up next to everything. Maybe it got shut down because I thought it was on Steam for at least a bit. It wasn't like the ads reported it for false advertising. It's about right, yeah. Evany free forever, Steam. Oh, yeah, it's not on Steam anymore. It was on Steam. Apparently, it's on Google Play and the App Store and webs. It's not on Steam anymore. That's weird. I wonder why that got removed from Steam. No, but it was on Steam for a bit. That's the thing. Let's find an ad for it. Yeah, these are this is what the ads used to look like for Ebony. I need to not accidentally show porn on my stream. So let's just open this image for safety. These ads. They were notorious for using like shitty stock photos and also like screenshots from other legitimate games. Like they were notorious for using like Age of Empires screenshots and such. Play free forever, my lord. You never seen those? Wow, you never played RuneScape during its heyday, clearly. Like, that was the only ad that I ever saw in RuneScape, and like almost every Flash game site just had nothing but ads for that game for years. The Ebony ads never left. Really? I think the difference is I don't play games on my phone. So nothing that I use on my phone is ad supported. And every single app that I use on my phone, I've paid for, so I don't see ads. It's like my weather app, I've paid for it. My diet app, I've paid for it. The diet searching app, I've paid for it. Like all of those apps, I've just paid for them. So, and then the only other things I use really are Spotify and a podcast app. The podcast app, I have the premium version, and Spotify, I pay for Spotify, so. But, I mean, basically, Ebony is the original Raid Shadow Legends. It's the original game that made its living by simply charging or paying more for advertising than anything else. Except they didn't pay much for advertising. They just had a lot of advertising. So, they're kind of like the original Raid Shadow Legends in a lot of ways. Keeping an eye on this dwarf, because if this dwarf gets depressed, this dwarf is going to have problems. Also give you fishing, so that you're forced to fish. What, terrible false advertising ads? I mean, yeah, they're very common on phones, unfortunately. Were you asleep? Oh, a nice bed, dude. Okay, you're not gonna last very long in the military, so we'll take you out before you start causing problems. All right, chat. I'm gonna real quick go use the restroom, and then I think we're gonna look into switching games. BRB, 2 seconds. This is reskinned city builders? It's reskinned city builders and crappy puzzle games are what I've seen. All right, chat. I think that this is enough Longdeath for the day. We've done a year and a bit. Well, actually, just over a year. We started at the very beginning of spring. We did have 1 death, but we got 2 new babies, so we're up to 39, which is actually really good. So hopefully we can continue increasing the population of Longdeath, but we're gonna go play some Vampire Survivors because that game's been fun, so we're gonna go play a little bit more of that. And also today's just been slow for the dwarf stuff, so gotta do something else then. So if you're sticking around, if I could get a round of beers, that'd be rad. That would be rad. just waiting for the game to save, though. Don't feel like responding right now. There it goes.